Okay, good evening, everybody. And how are we all doing tonight? So, I hope you enjoyed the brief Doom break from the weather. But now it is time to get back to the weather, where we have some spooks and mysteries to uncover. If the thing will actually load. There we go. That's the tickets. And I'm very surprised I completely forgot that was your username, Bofers. I don't know why I just forgot. You must have probably told me about it and I just completely blanked for some reason on your username. But I will not forget now, I hope. Then again, it's been a busy... I don't know. You know how when you remember some things, other things get pushed out. You can only remember so much as a human. Yada yada yada. So, last time around in the weather, we played as Zachary, and our dreams of remembering our mum and dad being killed by a smiling gunman were slowly replaced with dreams of spooky girls in mansions. As we tried to talk to the ghost, but it did not succeed very well. And then we kind of had a semi-nervous breakdown and then tried to warn the Wrights that there was a ghost in the manor. But Luke Wright answered the door and said, "Fuck off. It's 6 in the morning. Go away." And then something happened in the apartments. And then it cut to another character. So, yeah. Another cliffhanger. But now we're playing as the 4th different character of this story so far. Marianne. Who is the interior designer. Who apparently likes anime posters. That looks like an anime poster, doesn't it? And well, given the art style of this game, it's probably not supposed to be as such. Maybe. Yeah, so a terrified Zachary went looking for Ashton in the Ermengarde mansion to no avail, tried to walk with Wright, but was turned away. He received an urgent call from Ashton, heading straight for Samuel residences. And we now have the profile of Marianne McCulloch. Birth date July the 14th, 30 years old. 5'11" in height. She's an interior designer, a former architect. She's Irish, a Roman Catholic, who has a Bachelor of Arts in Architecture. She likes chocolate, cats, classical cards, country music, karaoke, board games, video games, anime, and other obscure pop culture items. Anime is an obscure pop culture item. Yeah, sure. Not even over here anymore. Left in the dumpster as a baby. Gosh. She was found by a peddler and spent most of her childhood roaming the countryside in a beat-up van. Her father taught her how to read, write, and pray. Though an unconventional life, it was all she knew. Child welfare and protection eventually caught on and required that she have a proper education. She was provided a scholarship at St. Samphan's School for Young Ladies and was bullied for being a charity kid. Marianne only had one friend and was mostly focused on her studies, intent on graduating and returning to her father. A shame that he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's soon after. Oh. Her work as an architect in Ireland lasted until the Irish economic crisis. She moved to England and after some time Oxbourne in search of better career opportunities. Wow, so hard life as it were. So she's on pretty good terms with Hannah, obviously. She's okay with Luke, I guess. She doesn't really know anyone else. And she's like, well, there's the interesting thing. It looks like the relationship bars are the same. I guess this is based on previous actions or something. I still don't know what the deal is with these white bars, though, on the characters. They seem to fluctuate. Maybe it's like a requirement to stay above it to get a good ending or something. And it would seem like, going by how this game's story has gone so far, it could be that once we get to Luke's character, we are finished with the story, at least a single playthrough. And then it'll be a case of, do I invest further. I'll see. I'll see how this game continues. So, 7:15 PM. The numbers are so little on the top of my screen, and they glare at me with such intensity that I can just hear their accusations. That being said, maybe she likes anime, so maybe that actually is meant to be an anime poster. And wait for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse. Jeez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they clearly can't expect me to be able to go store as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is, first and foremost, my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant Chris tells me we have a big one coming up and I shouldn't miss this one. He knows a lot more on the who's who and the what's what when it comes to these socialites, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, the drama and the politics. These sort of who were born with silver spoons in their mouths and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. Why else would I have hired him? But he told me he had received a message about it an hour ago.
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Come on, I have a social life too, you know, to an extent. Sort of. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off an oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is, hey, this looks like a good project I found, go send them a design, or something like that really. That's how it often goes. Even with these rich, jammy clients who've heard of me from their equally rich, jammy friends, I can't expect them to hire me right off the bat. Which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my draft of the projects, my rates, and hope for the best. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Barufield for you. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Ruxborn. Mr. Parker, this is a formal request to secure the emergencies of Marianne McCulloch, hereinafter called the designer. As authorized by Hannah Wright, hereinafter called the client, for interior design work at Ermengarde Mansion, Ruxborn, LX18, Orf, United Kingdom. The client hopes to have the designer there on the 21st of October, Friday, with time pending. But as I open the mail and see that I've been requested by the client specifically, well, I certainly didn't expect that, and it's pretty straightforward too. Anyone else would probably be excited. They would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites everyone wants to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune such nonsense out. It would have been enough for me to reply an affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. We've worked with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even a few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. So the question bounced about my skull before I spy one of the email attachments. A newswire clipping from the Ruxborn Daily's business news section, boasting the headline, Wright Enterprise donates $2.5 million to refuge. Oh wow, so they're charitable. How nice for their PR, eh? It certainly caused quite a stir back then. Apparently they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere in the guise of it being some big business.
$2.5 million and an expensive looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community of people with all those pounds. I, of all people, shouldn't criticise such acts whether they're for show or not. At the very least, I know they'll be able to pay my rates. The headline out of the way, however, I found myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Because, wow. Here I am expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and skirt, but the woman that was plastered on the front page looked like she belongs on the front page of the entertainment section, or even, if I am to be crass, as the pin-up for a glamour. Okay, I'll be real here, a men's magazine. She sure knows how to rack that dress. Wait, her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her, only several years older. She looks just like... No, come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. It's just a coincidence. With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and reach out for my phone when it buzzes, nearly falling off the chair in the process. Who else would be on the other line with the very people waiting for me?
Oh, piss. I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
That's what I say, yet I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and heart racing. I can only stare until I will myself to reply that yes, I'm accepting that assignment. And it takes even more time for me to just close the image, shut down the computer and leave. Even then, it has already burned its image into my head, no matter how much I wish it would just disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. Forget what, I wonder. And this is the 18th. So this is... Wow. So she has. So maybe it's a flashback of some memory or something. The Galway Show, as it is called by those who frequented the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this county. You can pretty much tell that someone is new if they call it by its official name, the Crowbar. My home away from home ever since I've moved to Luxbourne. Well, that is when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working anyway. It has good alcohol, good company, and thank God in St. Cecilia, good music. Are you here, Drowkin, by the way? Crowd favourites like the Boffy Noise, the High Was Alien Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I loved singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song, and the others in the pub were just wonderful if they'd start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best of ways to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus, and as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. And tonight is karaoke night. What better time than to try and sing all my worries away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow remembers who I am. And in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
But drinking only reminds me of my home, and the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget the rest.
Snake Eater? Of course, that might just be the booze. Any other day I would have scurried myself for drinking so much.
I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client, and we'll be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you.
In sound mind singing, this is not.
'Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true.
I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional after.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride-to-be. So give her hand, Galway shawl.
Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons. Because, possibly off-key public singing aside, I feel I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good reason as to any to belt out in front of these strangers. With good drinks and good friends, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight, and I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone! A round of applause!
That was so good. You rock, Marianne.
Oh, please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read 'em and wait, bitches.
Kamala's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for all the world to see. She has reasons to be proud. 3 years of living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am. But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam has been there for me, acting more than just my yoga instructor. I can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers!
Cheers.
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we? Haruna and I? Haruna, it's been a real bad year for ever since her divorce. She's just a nice person, even wanting me money to open a studio, and she didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm happy she's smiling again and pigging out like she used to. I think we've all missed our Japanese firecracker. We met in yoga class, something I joined to keep myself in shape and, well, honestly, so I could make friends when I had moved to Luxbourne. Clearly, it worked like a charm, and it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I put on my lucky D20 die with me on that first day. No, sir. D20 dice. Interesting. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Yeah, besides, I'm gonna be a lesbian.
Oh, come on. That's a lame excuse and you know it. You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now. Maybe some hunk who'll be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right?
Hey, look at me. I'm Marian McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
I mentioned druids and demons once. Once! They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. I certainly am not some sort of holy person. I am a far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right. Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
That would explain some things. Howdy now, you don't have a ring anymore. Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
But the more I deny, the wilder they tease until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when Helena drapes her arm over my shoulders and leans
Will
in.
I be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me comfortable in the slightest. So when Kamal notices my silence and Huna sees the expression in my face, they stop. And when the awkward air sails over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. They probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
I raise my glass, they smile, we drink. There's no need to say more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually the fun times end. It is a weekday after all. And with Huna being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Cam also has a loving fiancé waiting for her at home, and she really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. Really, I understand. I was the one who insisted and who was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving to the bar, I sit. Alone at last. Alone with a stranger. I haven't seen him here before, obviously not a regular. He hasn't said word and just sits there saving his drink. With his whiskey served neat in one hand and a lighter in the other, it doesn't seem like he's noticed me yet. And maybe I should go before he does look my way. Because he was pretty and he was blonde. And those two things plus alcohol never did me any good. I thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and the dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. Whereas I feel like kneeling over, he looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by storm. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world.
Hello there, sexy. Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see.
Just calls him whiskey.
Fancy a drink? It'll be on me.
But then again, I might be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong.
Want some between the sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
Fat chance, but it doesn't matter, we both know how to play this game. And there are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
Oh no, that's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
He looks like he's about to say some witty retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order a mint julep, he gets another whiskey, and we start the customary small talk. Of course, the saying, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, go without saying. We ask nothing about each other, offering up falsehoods to establish a strenuous fake connection between two strangers at a pub if only to pass the time. Whiskey, as I have come to call him, is supposedly 21 years old, single, takes care of his sick mother, and is a manager of some sort. Manager of what? I didn't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he has come to call me, is 29, and I'm... what did I say I was again? Oh yes, I told him I was a professional chocolate taster, because fuck it, if I'm going to lie about what my job is, might as well make it fun. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers. And maybe it's just me, but we might as well fucking well expand the tiniest amount of effort in pretending there's something meaningful in this meeting. Would have been nice too, if it was just left at that. But during a whirling conversation, he brings it up.
You know, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
And to think he might have been different than the rest.
Never have and never will, whiskey. Can we go back to the history of chocolates? Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
I don't believe that for a second, but St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see the pure light of her exquisite green eyes. If she was so lucky anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson. Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity.
Come on. There must be something that gets you going.
So he had taken out a knife. She had taken out a knife and gouged out her own eyes.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than before. He has a peculiar sense of humour, hasn't he? Because of how many meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a chalice to scare them away.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
Saint Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from here. I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you. And no one will be able to hear you if you try to scream. You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Wow. So, Luke Wright is a fur-ridden dickhead. The best thing about having my condo so close to the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can still stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I'd need help from a kind neighbour or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard on the alcohol. But I always made it home, sometimes with company. Of course, it always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. But it isn't anything a good tip about stalkers to the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous though, even if this isn't the first time I've done this. And the first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes when I try not to panic. Okay, Max, so far so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. He'll leave sooner or later and I'll never have to see him again, just like any other man before him. I'd like to say to myself that the men I've brought to my place were more scared than I was. Yet there is no fear when I look into Whiskey's eyes. Only delight. When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when I push him against the door. Roughness is to be expected. And as long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have our little tumble in the sheets, he'll leave, we'll forget about it. If somebody asked what I really wanted, I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolate, and music. Maybe in an Irish castle. But all I really want is her. And that's never going to be a reality. That was my fault, of course. Because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. They would never hold a candle up to her. She was the light of my life. And I had let her go. I can't even be bothered at the thought of her. Just a single thought of her makes my resolve to see this affair through waver.
Wait.
What is it now?
Yes, what is it now? What is it gonna be, Marianne? To sex or not to sex? The thought of her.
We're both drunk.
I'm going for this one.
And?
This is wrong.
Always do the sex! Ha! You were too late to join, Joelkin.
Don't you think it's a bit fucked up that we're about to have sex and we're just calling each other by the drinks that we had?
Might not be a good idea to have sex with one of your clients, is the point I'm thinking of.
How messed up are we?
Doll, shut up with the ethics and morality talk. It is seriously putting me out of the mood.
If you want to leave now, Whiskey, I understand. I mean, with how smashed you are, it'd probably be best for you to sleep the night unless you want to be mugged. But I won't stop you. And this isn't going to happen.
Bloody hell.
Achievement unlocked, cock-blocked. Of course he's annoyed at me for putting off our night of sexual congress, but it no means no. No is always no. No is something like... I forget the rest of the bit, might be a giant song there. And beyond spewing a few profanities under his breath, he surprisingly simmers down soon enough. I was worried for a moment he might try and force something. Instead he makes a show of fixing his suit and smoothing down his hair before making himself comfortable on the nearest seat he could find. Oh, we actually gained positive points of Luke there, surprisingly. Not negative.
What are you doing then? You have a guest in your home. Put the damn kettle on. Dandelion tea if you have it. But I suppose all you have are those shitty tea bags from the store.
If it isn't for the absurdity of his turn of events, I would have flipped him off for thinking I have no taste. But in the end, I just laugh. All I got was cans of Korean ginseng and lemon balm, though. No dandelion. Whereas I can vote, I do wet the tea. That's 3 minutes to get the kettle to a boil. 3 minutes where you say nothing to each other. I mean, what do you even say to the guy I was going to sleep with until I changed my mind? Anyway, how you doing, Drowkin? How's your week been? I doubt he's in the mood to talk about the influence of Troy's on Maui. It's still unusual by the time we both sit in my bed with mugs of tea.
Just so you know, whatever is going on right now is a lot stranger and fucked up than the one night stand.
We are two messed up individuals by your logic.
Everything is messed up, if you ask me. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and loved lost. Oh,
And being faithful to your wife, what's that?
this whole world is a cesspool.
The dead air is telling me when it fills the room once more. One would think that this is the perfect time to burst, to spill about whatever issues that made us the fucked up person we are today. And it is. But I guess some part of me would rather not put the weight of my problems on somebody else's shoulder. It wouldn't be fair to leave that to a person when I don't even know if we'll ever see each other again. Sooner rather than later, we both pass out on my bed, mugs left for gone on the floor. When I wake, whiskey is already gone. Yep. That's a wise decision. That would be very awkward when she finds out who he is later. A bottle of painkillers and a note on the table are the only evidence that I wasn't alone last night. Thanks to tea, Marianne. Ooh. Wait. He figured out a name? I don't even question whether he's a from or just how he knew my real name. I'm just grateful for something to help with the hangover. Might as well. I have a job to do. So this is several days later, I might add. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job, but after meeting with the Wrights yesterday, really makes me want to break my self-imposed rules. Because first off, fucking damn whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Wright. And to top it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Ermengarde mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Rich people.
Yeah, rich people, exactly. I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this, however. Twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. It's not like I can accept other smaller projects. This is a big job and I should be ready to start it at any time. Now you'll be glad he didn't have sex with him. Because that would have made it even more awkward for you. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this out. I might have given a different answer had I not known who he was. It was a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde mansion, not for anything or anyone else. I'd have a headache whatever I do anyway. I go to the pub again, but seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. And it might be a huge leap in logic, but the library is the next best thing after the pub. I have to go there anyway. I need more books. For Dad. Plus, I also need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Finding a new book or two to read for myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad idea either. So on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the only library in Ruxborn to, hopefully, cool off. After returning an Erzulie and a poetry book by Henry of Podebrady, I asked the librarian about the several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue with Death has already been snatched, and she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. I make headway at least when I ask about Siege and Rendition of Havana by Jacopo di Pelusia. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. The history section is devoid of any other except for myself and a redhead, though I'd wager a guess that Red's just passing by to get to the classical literature section. So many books, so little time. Starting the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. And that's when I spot it.
Hello, sailor. Why don't you come to Mama?
It's not the naval battle book I was looking for, no. It's even better. A newly acquired History of Ruxborn Architecture, first edition too. I know I just have to get it. I have been weighing my hands on the book for so long. The fact that there's only one copy proves to be a problem though when Red reaches out for it at the same time as I do.
I think I had this first, miss.
Oh, it's Becca. Also, red? That's pink. Pinkish red? Sure. I can only stir her down when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow to her in the hopes that the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss. I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks and I can't help the smirk on my face, which is wiped off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pearce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of Parliament. This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
This is not what I was expecting. Let's be honest, how many people would know these history facts? Aside from me, anyway?
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
It's a nerd off. Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other, back and forth in hushed tones unless we want to be thrown out to the library. After a while, it goes from some strange competition to strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down till we're grinning at how odd this whole scene
Marianne
is.
McCulloch, my desire for potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
By then, we had forgotten about the little tug of war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I had let go of it without realizing when she answered my first question.
History teacher, then?
Got it in one.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Ah yes, Saint Goretti. You'd think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure, but it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children. The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things.
Or woman children.
Any big projects right now? I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion. Inta. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it. Now that is beautiful architecture.
A pause. It looks like she wants to say something at my mention of the house. I'm not surprised, that place is certainly popular with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. In the next second though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly eye-tabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
Why not? Because it probably helps. The computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy such an expensive gadget that will just get outdated within a year? Then what I have is just as virginal. Yeah, it's smart thinking. The traditional ways had a far more personal touch in my opinion. Not to mention, these smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens. They're evil things that make typing what should have been a simple task harder. Not really. I don't know. I remember when I first transitioned from a keyboard on a phone to a touchscreen. It took me a few weeks to get used to it, but you can get pretty fast at typing on a touchscreen very easily. It's not quite as awkward as you think. It's just getting used to that sort of different interface.
I do have an online portfolio if you'd like. I can...
Speaking, or thinking the devil himself seems to have summoned it, because before I could even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes when she pulls out a mobile. From what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off further into the house she goes for some privacy. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Belle, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far. I can be there in 10.
But with how quiet the surrounding is, you can't blame me if I overhear snippets of her conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that'll film me chance to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
This is where she meets up with Isabella after the payment.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Her embarrassment increases too when she realizes she's still holding on to history of Audubon architecture. I don't give her time to think about it as I pull up her hand and shake my hands. Fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with one of my business cards, I hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
She makes quick work, putting her number down and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course. You have a good day then.
You too.
Sounds like these two will get on quite nicely. With Rebecca gone, I'm left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, a little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made the time pass by without any of us realizing it. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Arseholes Professionally 101, just in case. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, and rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. Because Wheatwright just takes the fucking cake, and he plain manages to eat it too. It seems the world is conspiring to keep me from my me time, as my mobile vibrates in my pockets the moment I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything, but I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents. Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Wait, she doesn't like touch screens, but she seems to have a touch screen phone. Okay, sure. Already? How did they go through the process so fast? Sure, there is so many red tape to even acquire the forms and the transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Right. Cheers.
I don't know. I just don't. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been, what, a day? Less than that even? There isn't even a point to try and make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find a table to spend my time with a copy of Marquis de Sade's The Crime of Love, since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I've read this one before along with the rest of his works. This would be the 18th time, in fact. But it's always nice to read through it again when I don't have time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich they just end up plain filthy, you need a good old Marquis sound advice.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
The blessing of something is... Ah, fuck. Is he gonna give us English translation to that? Okay, just to put on the safe side, give me a sec. What was that bloody sentence again? La blessure... C'est... Fuck's sake. La blessure... C'est trouvant... Si trouvant... Sans aucune... Sorte... The consequence. Apparently it's the injury being without any kind of consequence. The injury being without any kind of consequence. Okay. The wound being without any consequence. Of course, it's folly to think that things have no consequence and everything actually does. Flyer Realty Corporation's Looks One branch isn't too far from the city centre, just a few blocks away, and I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a full year of activity. No doubt there'll be so much to do once we get the hands on with the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into the restoration and preservation of the place, any big repairs will be superficial at most. I am quite certain that, in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do, despite how it is frowned upon. There'll be a lot of hidden issues that I'll need to weed out, and I have to make sure I find every single one of them, especially the most serious damages. Structural integrity is definitely on top of the list we will have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, but limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so as long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. Those two things always made sure that the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. Marianne befriended her friends. Okay, so got that. When I do go up to BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stir when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I get that it's a Saturday, that people probably feel tired and lazy to be working. Hang on. Oh, this isn't. Oh, right. This is not the day where Isabella was haunted. It's a different one. But they're still on the clock, and I'm not bumming around, wasting company time on extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious as it is with these big corporations. Each person is given their little space of what's usually a 2 by 2 meter cubicle. There is a lot more empty chairs than there are actual people working at their desks. It reminds me far too much of my last day at Polly's cover project, doing the massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But it isn't just that, though. Everything is as quiet as a grave. It's as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes in through the door, looking as if she's just seen one. Oh, but she will have. This is where she's seen the ghost in the reflection. She looks at me wide-eyed like a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's not my position to do so. What if it's something personal? I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Clearly, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long. Don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards the station and goes to fetch the floor plans. It won't take too long, as she said, but it does take a bit time to compose herself, most likely.
You know, we usually just email these things.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working, and even when you should be working, playing those mindless, addictive games. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that Batcat thingy during work hours, too.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but, you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
Checking out the floor plans, I see that I have a lot going for me. Now I know how they felt when he found that the Central Park West building floor plans on that one movie. So you can see, oh, this actually gives us a nice detail of the two attics. One of them which has a cursed ghost in it. Balconies, master bedrooms. Is there a fucking theatre in this mansion? Jesus Christ, a theatre. A conference room. A music room. I mean, the music room pretty standard for the place. A fucking theatre. They have a theatre in this mansion. That is some rich shit, I tell you. This is why I became an architect in the first place. Jacobean style at its finest. It's a thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms, the delicate harmony between empty spaces. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these walls.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger. Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem. And it is an old house.
There have been little details here and there that I would like to address during the open house. But it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos's incident and the trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I should have to think what sort of repairs they did to the place. Or what's under it, for that matter. There might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed to the dark corner of the rooms, and hidden away in barrels. Water damage coming covered up. Or maybe dead bodies! There had been floods due to heavy rains in West England just last year, after all. If there was any sort of damage to the house's foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nest there. Working with pest control is always the worst. The sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did just say it was a lot smaller than I thought. I might just be banging off more than I can chew, but it doesn't look like a good challenge. First things first, I'll have to...
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John. I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
I have to stamp down my annoyance at being distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman know, it looks like she has a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. How should I respond? First option. I give her time to speak up, but when she just stirs, I clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
Oh, we're getting more points of Isabella. As embarrassment creeps upon her face, I snatch one of the coffees from her and take a sip. Too hot.
Just thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do. You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
It's a little bit more complex than that. But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
Dang, Marianne's getting like the best story arc.
These big clients always have paintings
Oh
in
well,
their
I wish I
homes.
liked this
Do
story
you have a
arc
supplier
so
for art
far,
pieces?
at the moment, to some extent. I didn't expect to hear such a question from her, seeing how well she handled herself yesterday. I didn't doubt then why she was assigned to an important cell at the Ermengarde mansion despite the little accident she had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous and unsure of herself, although her enthusiasm must make up for that in spades. In fact, I want to believe that if she had introduced herself the way she is at the moment, while watching her now she actually looks like she should still be in college. Acts a bit like it too when I think about it. I thought she was a teen swimming it out in the mansion when I first saw her lying on the ground. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property. I don't even know what to make of that whole meltdown that happened with that strange document. If I were a client, I would have been very upset. She'd be in hot water for it.
The clients usually support artists of their own choice. If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
That's cool.
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
And yet here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
Maybe I took that a bit too far. She bites her cheek and it looks like she's barely holding herself back.
It's not like I had a choice.
She moans it under her breath. I barely even hear it. But the hurt is there, and it makes one wonder what put it on. Although it is understandable if her reason's what I think it is. Very few people make it big in the art world. I can see why she'd be upset about it, with bad enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. It was out of years of unemployment. The recession and the toll it took in the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she wasn't able to make, whether it was about her being an art student or something else, but the world isn't a fair place, and the sooner she accepts it, the better. Still, with that forlorn look on her face, I can't help but sigh. The girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work first.
Oh, it's not... I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to. Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about. If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
It's not that simple.
It's not. Life's simple. People just like to make it complex. Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid. Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
Would you have left me alone?
We'll never know now, will we?
A strained air settles in the room afterwards. It doesn't help that she doesn't immediately leave as she has said, going awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. It's clear there's more she means to say, perhaps even to defend herself and her choices in life. Or is she expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair and I choose to hightail out of the realty office as quick as I can. Though I am able to keep myself professional at all times does not mean I like it. Fair enough. I've seen that most of the day has already gone before me before I realise that I choose to head back to my flat instead, despite today being a Saturday. No fun, but at least this way I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Considering how much I'll be seeing whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need all the rest the weekend can give me. For the first time in a long while, excited as I am to work on the mansion, I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Okay, 2 days later. Monday couldn't come any sooner. After taking the floor plans from Miss Santos the day before the last, I spent most of my Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did these rich types. Based from experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it won't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one of the other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. It makes me self-conscious when the woman's eyes go over me, and I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. But I'm safe from being paranoid when it went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my door is nerve-wracking. The lights lived at the very top, the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium and urban living. Just getting access to the place is an ordeal of its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks just to secure a key card. Not only because of building management, but because of the right personal security. It sometimes felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime and not visiting a client at their home. Even when the personal assistant called in to help out and verify my presence, the process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil. Hi, Johannes. The elevator door opens and I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not so little lackey.
I do apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon. I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
He shows me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups and all sorts of other things in preparation for tea. I ignore the animosity towards his employer that his words implied. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting the quiet and isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes or even 10. I sit in the living room just waiting, and when the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the sounds is relaxing. But then there's a crash. I nearly spilled tea over my lap in surprise and woke up expecting security to come running. Even the man at the kitchen counter continues to fix breakfast like he heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it because he looks far too absorbed in his cooking. I don't want to be the cause of burnt food or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what that was, although I'm not normally this nosy. What should I do then? Continue waiting. I have no business with it. These rich people usually value their privacy above all else, after all. Unless, of course, they're posting pictures on social media, bragging about what good people they are for allowing themselves to be interviewed as a magazine. Then again, the whole reason I'm in this mess is because I don't give two shits about what goes on with people like them. And I'm not going to get caught snooping out about and be accused of some imagined wrongdoing. I'm not going to be some busybody, detective wannabe and run off to investigate. Whatever that was. It's probably just something mundane anyway, like a lamp falling over. I'm just going to sit here and wait for Mrs. Wright, with my tea, in complete silence.
Could I at least put the telly on?
I don't really expect him to answer. If he hadn't heard the crash, I doubt he would have heard...
As long as you don't watch some silly soap opera.
That was a cool reflection picture there.
The LBC News would be fine. The William Walker show is on too if you prefer that. Not that I watch it, but my husband does. The remote is under the coffee table.
Oh, sure. Maybe I'll be lucky and catch the doc on. I heard they're having reruns of the classics, and I want to see the second meet sixth in Spain. If not, just the news then.
Second meets sixth.
Thank you. I'll let you get on with your cooking now.
Did you just ignore the crash a while ago then? Whatever. Fetching the remote, I turned the TV on in the hopes of filling the silence. Trying to anyway, because the thing won't turn on. And doesn't that make the silence more awkward or what? I know I might not be the best with tech, but I sure can work a simple television remote.
The batteries must be dead.
Oh no! It's the horror channel! She's watching analog horror or something. What? There is blood everywhere. Help me, it says in red. I look at my own hands and find them clean, and I can see my grisly reflection gaping back at me. And though there is nothing staining my skin, I can feel the sticky and warm feeling of blood dripping down my cheeks. I should be worried. Instead, I feel my attention drawn towards hair. Her beautiful blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair and swaying hips. I want nothing more than to hold her, plant my lips on her neck, and to run my fingers through her hair. She laughs and she smiles when she looks at me, but... where are her eyes? Temptation is gone in an instant, and I recoil, horrified at this reflection I am seeing. Wanting to back into something, or rather someone. Mrs. Wright stands there, twirling a lock of her blonde hair, a small smile on her lips, and a hand on her hip. I almost back away, but I ground myself and remind myself that this is my client. And whatever I just saw, well, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say I am perhaps going a bit daft. It would be preferable, of course, to think it was all a trick of the light, or the makings of an overactive imagination.
Good morning, Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Have you been standing there long?
No, I just came down and saw you were having a hard time with the telly. We must have forgotten to change the batteries. Are you all right, dear? You're looking a bit pale. Haven't you had breakfast yet?
No, I'm fine. I had breakfast already, Mrs. Wright. I just need...
Well then, you mustn't have had enough breakfast. I'm all for a good diet, but that's the most important meal of the day. Johans is cooking up pancakes. Pancakes will make anyone feel better, he always says. We can sit down and tuck in. You'll feel right as rain once we get some fluffy, syrupy goodness in you. And are you sure you're fine, Marianne? You're shaking.
Looking down at my hands, I can see them trembling. Really? Just because she looks so much like her, I'm becoming a damn train wreck. I've been seeing her in my dreams and hearing her voice ever since I met Mrs. Wright at the mansion. There's so many blondes in the world. What was different with her? What was different this time? Oh, which one do I pick, Draukin? I'll let you choose this one. What do I pick? Which one shall I pick, Draukin? If you're still here. Alright, I'll just sit here and wait. I was gonna let you pick this one. Which option takes your fancy of these two? Your previous advice was always do the sex, but I don't think that applies to this particular dialogue tree. I think this is something I pretend I'm not feeling well, or I say I remembered that you remind me of a blonde I used to know. Well, I'm gonna pick this one.
I just remembered something, that's all. It's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Well, I gained plus points of Anna.
Are you sure? I am all ears if there is something bothering you. I don't mind a good story, and I don't want it to affect your work performance.
Gossipy wagon, isn't she? She should just leave you alone. It's not like you need her.
You don't have to worry about that, Mrs. Wright. I say business stays business, and anything else can stay in the doghouse until I'm done with work.
I just have to burr through it, don't I? If I tell her that I'm hearing voices, that'd be a fast track straight to the nut house. What else can I do? Saint Daphne help me lest I become like her father Damon, insane at the thought of a lost love and mad pursuit of another.
Shall we talk about your work then?
If you'd like. It's on your time, after all.
I've been told many good things about you, and I've seen some of your work before. Others speak very highly of your work etiquette. Yet I've never heard of you before. Not even a whisper of the McCullough name.
Well, I've only been in Luxbourne for 4 years. Tried to make it big in London for nearly 3 years before, and I've only been working these high-quality projects for the past year.
I stick straight to the point. It's best to be brief when talking to clients, after all. Keep it clean-cut as much as possible. Yet at the same time, I have to make it engaging so it doesn't look like I won't want to talk to them.
I imagine it hasn't been easy. I can't see why you've moved from London to Luxbourne, though.
Job vacancies were fewer at the time, and I had a lot of competition in London. Let's not even talk about the living costs there. But I'm glad I moved here, even if it hadn't been smooth sailing. If I had it easy, I probably wouldn't be working projects like these.
Why even bother explaining to her? She won't understand. She's practically born with a silver spoon in her mouth. The woman could probably snap her fingers and have servants attending to her beck and call.
She does look the part of a spoiled heiress, doesn't she? It would be relief if she's just that. Something that's different from Mrs. Wright and Hare. Before she can get another word in, words that may have proven me wrong or right, she looks up the loft with a fond expression on her face. With just a simple glance, she can pour in so much love that I feel a tad bit jealous of whoever holds it.
Good morning, Luke, darling.
Good morning, ladies. What a wonderful morning it is that I wake up to such a beautiful sight. I do hope you two are getting along. I smell pancakes. I do hope you two are considering a diet just so I can have them all to myself.
Don't be a pig, Luke. You eat all of those and you might stop fitting into your tight suits.
What? I'm not a pig. You don't think I'm a pig, do you, Marianne?
With his saucy smile and playful wink, I can't help but think you are a bit of a pig, Whiskey.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm an interior designer, not a zoologist.
The only styles she must be familiar with are statement of works.
Well, don't be a bore. You two might not be in a rush, but I'm going to go ahead and feast.
If you dawdle too long, he'll hog all the syrup.
Rich people are so eccentric.
Come on then, we can discuss business over food.
There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it is too personal to share a meal in their home, it would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Besides, the pancakes did look and smell heavenly. A bowl of clotted cream, fruits, syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid out next to them, making for a colourful arrangement. Looks delicious. If this was a brunch with friends, I would gladly have helped myself to the whole lot. But as it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancake and topped it off with lemon and sugar.
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely. I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there? Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please. It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be... well, let's not dwell on it. First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances. You worked on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blended with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past did not have us this involved.
I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have words. This isn't the time or place for it, however. He said I used this brief pause to pull out the floor plans I brought with me.
We'll have to figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies in waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde, which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Oh, she's talking about this room here. Very interesting.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have large closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things. Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over. Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
1, you are not inviting that witch. And 2, there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in. We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts. I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
Hell yeah, I'd love to have a theatre.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
What for? You can park your cars outside.
What about that room, right there, in the northwest corner?
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxbourne to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we checked during the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again. Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Mr. Wright playing the piano? I can't imagine it. But the honest way in which Mrs. Wright said so told otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage? Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables. That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
Oh boy. Let's just say we can compromise. I really wish they didn't look at me like that. This is their decision to make. But if they want me to ask for Bethel's point of view, I'll be happy to give my 2 cents.
You can still have a garage.
See, Marianne agrees with me. Thank you.
But the structural integrity of the mansion might be at risk if we try to turn the dining hall or any of the rooms into a garage. Taking down one of the exterior walls might hit one of the support beams.
Oh wow, we gained more with Luke for that.
And with a mansion that old, I'd rather not risk it, especially without closer inspection. There's always compromise, of course.
I suppose that's better than nothing. Better than flat out saying no.
Mrs. Wright does have a point. There's plenty of space for a garage outside of the mansion itself. If you'd like a covered parking space, we can arrange something on the grounds instead.
Then we better go there. I want to see where we can build a garage.
Garage.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself. to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Right into the Ermengarde mansion in the Rice is an awkward affair. Not only am I worried about scuffing the expensive leather seats, but I'm also worried about getting in the middle of another couple's spat. With the tension thick in the air, I can feel them starting at each other any time. Nobody is saying anything. Up until Mr. Wright tells me his valet to turn the damn radio off. And for a moment I think he might start, but instead he stays quiet and so do the rest of us. In the end, the sufferable silence stays. I have never been so glad to see a house. Stepping out of the car and up to the mansion met the end of an uncomfortable ride, and I can finally take a deep breath of fresh air. The beauty of the place never fails to make me gaze in wonder every time I see it as well. Mrs. Wright moves towards the front door, keys in hand, and I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting.
Alright, Johans, we're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it. Know every nook and cranny, every inch of the lot. Go and see where we can put that vineyard and the other things we talked about. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot. You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving the car over the grass. Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Someday I'd like to ask how Johannes can even stand and tolerate the man. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly the pay can't be that good. Even I'm a bit put off by our mutual employer, and the only thing that keeps me from failing is the fact we've already signed a contract. At least I'll only be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Someday I'd ask. I'd feel a bit bad for him. If it's any consolation, he'll be away from Mr. Wright, if only for a little while. We're able to enter the mansion after a bit of standing out there in the sun. This wretched, strange sunlight that is far too alien and rare. There had been a bit of a problem with the missus not knowing which key was which. The first item on the agenda would be the grand staircase. It seems sturdy during the open house, but a closer inspection might say otherwise. There are no obvious marks of damage nor wear and tear, poorly refretted during renovations. Peeking under the grand carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. The carpet itself could use a vacuum though. Structural conditions, from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing, look to be in good shape, and the handrails and support posts are firm. The work on it should be commended. I can't look much more into the rest of the foyer, however, because Mr. Wright starts to hurry us into checking the dining hall.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know. They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time. We might hit a support beam if we're not careful.
And in layman's terms?
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at this. There's a look of disappointment before he sighs and looks around the place with an air of defeat. When he moves to speak, I dread another unreasonable demand. Again.
This will stay a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead, at least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants or something. It feels so old and dead in here.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
The look passes between the two of them. There is a genuine look of fondness there. This is the first time I've seen such an exchange between the two of them. If anyone are to see them like this, there is little doubt that they loved each other.
Of course. And I want a garden full of them.
Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house. I'll just be around here downstairs, if anybody needs me.
It's going to be so interesting to see Luke Wright's perspective on this at the last one.
He's quite
That's
fond of
reason for
them, you
writing
know.
me.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere, I'd like to think. They may be about his mother. He never talks about her. I don't even know her name. He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
Much like the piano, I didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, least at all. What's next? Am I going to find out that Mr. Wright saves kittens from burning buildings?
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
When she goes about even asking if I need her here, I'm left standing to stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to do a thorough inspection of the building itself. It isn't really part of an interior designer's job. But the architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. If I'm going to make a living space that has both form and function, I might as well take sure that the entirety of it is safe for my clients. Fascinating horror would agree with you. Love that channel. Great shit. Since I'm already here, I roam around the dining hall to check if things off my punch list, if you will. But when it's time to move on, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he would be somewhere around here on the ground floor, and I really don't want to be alone with whiskey. I have to walk through the place eventually, sure, but on the other hand, I can do it later when he's gone. I can go upstairs first if I want to. Which floor should I go first? Ground floor or first floor? First floor. I've already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Of course I know that it's just a convenient excuse. I just don't want to be in the same room as whiskey anytime soon. So I might as well just go upstairs first. Also, she might go in the spooky attic. That'd be fun. The banisters on the grand staircase's landing are solid and at a proper height. Any lower than it would be trouble. Also, I don't see a lot of rooms upstairs, so I would like to see maybe even the theatre, if possible. There's a small catch in the carpet though, but as long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. And the stained glass? Art. Restored, no doubt, in the image of the last Lady and Lord of Ermengarde. Or was it supposed to be... Or it was supposed to be until Lady Charlotte's fiancé was brutally murdered. By a witch. A witch of all things, from what I've read. You'd think the historians of this place would be a lot more scrutinizing filtering out stuff like that. I'm amazed they bothered with it instead of replacing it with some genetic cookie cutter design. This entire piece alone would have cost roughly £500, even £1 million. Lady Charlotte Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at the mosaic, it's not too far a stretch of the imagination to believe that the depicted images could be Mr. and Mrs. Wright. Ah, so she's noticed what I noticed ages ago, that these pictures just look conveniently a bit like the owners. It could be easily assumed as such if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Really, a place like this should be protected by the government as a landmark. Yeah, the government always landmarks haunted houses. Haunted, abandoned projects. But what can I do about it? Walking into the east wing, I tried to go into the theatre, but it is met with an obstacle. The obstacle is locked. Oh, I wanted to see the theatre. God damn it. 2 doors, and both of them are locked. I'd be frustrated, would be, if I hadn't already snuck off while the Wrights were having their little business meeting with Miss Cooper before to take a peek. With what Mrs. Wright wanted, he would have to install a powerful projector, the type they use in cinemas, and a projection screen. The seats would have to be reupholstered if they are to be any comfortable, and the walls would have to be covered in dark material, paint, wallpaper, or install wall-to-wall carpeting. Really, of all the rooms I could be jealous of, it's this one. I could just picture myself in there watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. Makes me wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wright would like. Rom-coms, perhaps? Her husband, on the other hand, I'd rather not think about it. In the middle of my notation and planning, I don't even realise I'm not alone until I'm caught standing in front of a locked door like a fool.
Were you meaning to go in there? I'm afraid we won't be able to open it up today.
Oh well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but the key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
Oh.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
The air is heavy and somber when she grows quiet and glances out the window, out towards the vast expanse that surrounded what would be their house. Their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them. They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I say this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinizing and thoughtful. I have to hold back the shiver that flames run down my spine at being inspected so closely.
Yes, it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean, not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hand and points to her wedding ring before it falls listlessly to her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke. There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him. Maybe I would have moved to London. Manchester or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether.
Birmingham. She calls it Birmingham. It's an accent of sorts.
France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden, even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful. I do love him. So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just confused why you're telling me this, of all people.
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all. Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
Yes, very much so.
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
As do I. The keyword is try, of course. Thinking of the past brings up too many ghosts, memories of her, and I do wonder what would change if I just said yes when she asked for me. Maybe she'd still be with me. I return to the present. Just like I said, I try not to dwell on the past. Her worry seems simple enough. I mean, it doesn't have to be as difficult as she makes it out to be, right? Oh no, we got minus points.
Why don't you decide on your own?
I meant nothing against Mr. Wright, of course, although whiskey bothered me to no end. By law, she would be owner of the house. Well, unless they signed a joint property ownership anyway, which is a rare thing as far as I know, especially among these highbrow types. Sure, they could actually whoop their spouse, I don't doubt the possibility, but money is money and it makes people do the most horrible things sometimes.
It's your house. You can paint the whole place pink if you want, and there's not much he can do.
The somber expression she had changes to a look of contempt.
I could, but we are husband and wife. Equal partners in marriage, Marianne, though I can see that you don't understand. This is his home as much as it is mine. I'm not going to go behind his back over a room. And how dare you suggest that?
How do I even talk her down without causing further offence? As in my attempt to shake off my own jaw and end up tripping right into theirs. Because really I have no business meddling with the affairs of my clients unless it involved interior design or architecture. Yet here I am opening my mouth and yapping. I do wait to see a good woman down.
That's not what I meant by it. I just mean that maybe you don't have to get the approval of your husband all the time. Or well, okay, fine. I know nothing about married life, Mrs. Wright. You're right about that. But I still think you're allowed your indulgences every now and then.
Of course, my form of indulgence meant buying old Swate 78 RPM country records which I don't even dare use with my gramophone. For her, it could very well be buying entire houses.
That's just my take on it. A perfect relationship is as rare as hen's teeth. You got what you got. I mean, you're doing well enough without my advice. Sure, look it.
That looks to persuade her somewhat. She looks away and starts to favour the view outside once more before looking at her.
Feel free to look around the rest of the house. Everything but the theatre should be open. Just call if there's need of me.
Of course, Mrs. Wright.
I really shouldn't have opened my big mouth in the first place. This sort of thing only gets me in trouble. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and stick to business. That's it. Be professional. But I failed to do it just because of her pretty face. When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. I look out the window from where she was standing, and I move on, along with nothing but my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
It's utter madness, this hearing things. I reckon it's the stress, though I don't know what exactly I'm stressed about. If me and Mrs. Wright has really thrown me for a loop, I'd be worried. If I'm developing some sort of psychosis or disorder, well, I'd call a doctor. But hopefully it isn't that. Not right here and not right now. I mean, it could just be that personal talking cricket, the conscience, so to speak, and am I noticing now? Well, if it is, it isn't very helpful. Pushing the dilemma of voices in my head aside, I go back to work. But I could barely make it a few steps before everything tilts and shifts. I don't really stumble, but it feels like I'm being thrown off my feet, and the rest of the world just follows. For my feet stay firmly on the ground, and even if I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been heaved and put off balance. I have to close my eyes in hopes of willing the sudden sense of vertigo away, but when I open them... well, I don't feel any less sick because of the sight that greets me. Blood dripped from the walls and the ceiling, pooling downwards and seeping into the curtains and the carpet. A wave of nausea, stronger than the last, hits me along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. I want to bolt. The rational part of my head is telling me to flee, and I would have gladly have done as asked if only I didn't hear hair.
In here, Marianne. Come on, I have something to show you.
I could have ignored it, would have ignored it, if only I'd heard it in my head. But I swear that this time it's coming from one of the rooms. much further into the study, and I feel compelled to pay attention. I can't just turn around and leave. Not when it's her. I don't even think as I follow the sound of her voice. Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine Lazir Fiona. She was my friend, the only one that I had at St. Savans. I was a scholar, the charity case, in a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down at me as if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve. Why, I gotta teach that butterface a lesson.
Wait, no, lass! I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again!
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Lorraine was there when I needed her, both my highs and lows. Having her as a friend made being in a strange school, away from my father, all the more tolerable. She saw this poor helpless girl who was kept down and shunned by everyone else, and being the kind soul that she was, she rescued me. So brave, so beautiful. She was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke. And we can have a go at druids and demons again. You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
Sometimes I question what I did to deserve a friend like her. In the darkest corners of my mind, where traitorous thoughts lurked, I thought that she only felt sorry for me. Maybe she was just being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand. And perhaps I had been too selfish to return the favour.
You have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
That's not what I mean!
I know what you mean, Em.
Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble.
I still have something to do. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend. I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of tobblers.
Because when she told me that she loved me, I couldn't admit that I felt the same way. Not to her, and not even to myself. It was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man and woman. Unclean, impure. I prayed for her and I, for our sins and for salvation. I wanted to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. It must have been like a slap to the face for her. But life had gone in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight now, took top priority. I had to keep my grades up to keep my scholarship. For my father. I told myself that I would apologize to her when those were over. I need to focus first and not let anything distract me. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset, I get that. Ouch. I thought I had the time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead. Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
What is that voice? They told us it was an accident. That was the official statement. But I knew better. She was dead because of me.
Maeve had a hook and I kicked the bucket, didn't she?
Oh god, this is getting more and more very depressing very quickly.
Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She had, though she didn't say which, Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
I don't even know how long I've been stuck here in a trance. In the mirror, Lorraine smiles at me. She's as beautiful as I remember her. But then... I feel bile rise up in my throat as her clean image warps into how she looked like when she had found her dead, lying on the cold hard ground. Good Saint Difna, great wonder worker in every affliction of mind and body, help me. I'm seeing things, hearing things. Am I going completely insane? Looking everywhere but at her, I hope and pray that's enough to will whatever this is to go away. It doesn't even immediately register in my head that I can just leave.
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
This isn't real. You're not. You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
My breathing quickens and I can feel my heart being torn apart by a word.
I'm so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I can't take it because she's right. It was my fault. The least I can do is look at what I've done. Lorraine, broken and bleeding, looks at me with such hate-filled eyes. An unnatural smile stretches across her face and I can only see malice in it. Then she lunges as the mirror ripples around her form, the glass parting like the water's surface for her. She grips my shoulders and I can feel her nails dig deep, up even through the fabric of my clothes.
There you are. Why don't you love me?
Jeez, calm down, ghost lady. Apologies spill from my lips as tears cloud my vision. But I won't give in to this madness. With every bit of strength I have left, I struggle to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure, I escape. And without turning back, I stumble back out. In my panic, I don't even care to look where I'm going. With one hand on the wall to steady me, I just hobble as fast as I can away from the study. Away from that mirror. Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from the madness, it seems, as running out into the hallway reveals it to be in pristine condition. But it means I've turned my back on Lorraine. Again. She was trying to kill you, though, to be fair. I have no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. And if that means walking back to Luxborn, as ridiculous as the idea is, then so be it. Someone suddenly grabs hold of me, however. Fingers digging deep into my shoulder, my heart nearly stops. My body seizes and I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean, not awful, but did something happen? Are you alright?
Mrs. Wright, I...
Without thinking, I sought comfort, seeing that it wasn't her. It's a sudden impulsive thing to do, and I'd been in a bad condition where I wouldn't even dare doing such a thing. But I didn't know what else to do. Though I knew I shouldn't, her warmth, her scent, they grounded me. She is intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on?
She wants hug from Pretty Blonde.
Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realizes I am no longer in danger. I wanted to cry, scream about what I have sinned, but like a scared child, I couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I had sinned. I should just write it off as a figment of my imagination, yet I can still feel her nails cutting into my skin.
Are you sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
Oh, aye. But that's a whole lot less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a Ted girl. When the feeling of fear eases off, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. I quickly back away as I clear my throat and nod my thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around. If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I'm all right, ma'am. Just go on ahead and I'll be right there.
It seems to posate her worries only for a brief second. Before she heads down, I don't miss the concerned glance she shoots my way, hidden quickly under another smile. I won't begrudge her for that worry. The look on my face must have been a strange enough sign its own. Even I am still reeling from whatever that was. Her voice still whispers in my ears. After all these years, she's still... No, Marianne. Shaking my head at the thoughts, I drag in a breath that then falls shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past, it's long gone. Only memories now. And those are the things I can no longer bring back. Yeah. Don't remind me. There is not the past, there is only the future and the present. And we can only ever move forward, am I right? Move forward to where... nice stars. It's already dark as we make our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we are only illuminated by the headlamps of the lights, car, and the stars up above us. The sight of them helps me compose myself much more than several minutes of being alone did. The car's engine is running, yet the two still stand out in the lawn. Mrs. Wright is busy, eyes up to the stars, and Mr. Wright, arms crossed, has his eyes down the ground. It is the crunch of the grass under my heels that brings their attention to me.
About time. What took you so long? A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back towards the mansion. Knowing what I had seen there, Or rather, who I thought I saw there, because there is just no way. Not to mention how I acted towards Mrs. Wright, for God's sake. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. This is my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say I'm not up to the task, that I need to take care of my old sick father, just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down. But for some obstinate reason, I can't. In the same manner, I haven't let go of her, of the regret that shadowed me since that day. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of her hair curled around her forehead, it's something I've terribly missed, and now that it's here, almost within arm's reach, My father would tell me, sometimes you just simply have to go through with it, consequences be damned. Well, I don't really have any logical reason to say no. At least not something quite like the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Hearing her voice again once again sends a chilling down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over. From the mansion and through Ansel, I rode with them in silence, but as soon as we hit city proper, I asked to be dropped off and bid them good night. I thought it best if I didn't stay too long in confined spaces with either Mrs. or Mr. Wright. Both seemed to cause me serious trouble if the project had been any less interesting or grand, I would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have, shouldn't have, won't. I assure them that my place isn't that far off and I have to fight off the urge to roll my eyes and groan when whiskey throws me a little smirk. But even in my own home, peace is elusive, as is sleep. I lie awake, thinking of what I saw in that mansion. Of who I saw. If I so much as hear a single whisper from her, if I so much as see a wisp of her hair, I'm afraid I'll go mad. But none of that happens, and it makes me feel hollow. For 2 nights I've had trouble sleeping, but it's only one morning when fatigue has already let me rest and I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. In my restless dreams I see that mirror, the one in the study, and in it I see her, I see them. Elaine and Hannah. Are we sure this isn't a Danganronpa style thing suddenly? I don't know why I thought that, but Hannah and Elaine.
Poor pathetic Marianne. Work, work, work. She'll work herself to death.
See, she doesn't listen. That's all she did. Look at what happened to me.
They talk among themselves with cruel smiles and venomous tongues. Or rather, to themselves. 2 heads, 1 body. A horrible mockery of these women, as if they were one and the same.
More's the pity. Life goes on and goes out, and she doesn't even see it.
Do you think she'll even realize when she's kicked the bucket herself?
When they say a person has a hard time telling when they're in a dream, it was true often enough. Even with this bizarre sight, even with the obvious implication that this isn't real, I can't help but feel distress.
Likely. Is that any way to live at all? She might as well be dead.
Cruel fate that she's alive and I'm... well...
Though they speak into each other's ear, tones low and hushed, I can still hear them as clear as day. Their whispers pervade the air, heavy and oppressive. They bury and dig into my head like tiny maggots, worming their way into my skull. It is only then that they take notice of my presence. Eyes turn towards me, and I can only feel small under their scrutiny. Caricature smiles etch on their faces, mimicking each other grotesquely.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Have you been looking at us? Spying?
Oh, this got Drauken's attention.
How scandalous. Such a naughty girl.
I'm sure you were just waiting for something lewd to happen, weren't you?
Lewd? I think Drauken might be.
You know she will not admit it. She thinks it wrong. You've said it so yourself.
Yes. She thought me wrong, impure, abnormal, because I loved her.
My breath hitches and I open my mouth to protest, but they stop me screeching. The mirror that holds them cracks, lines spidering across its surface.
Do not lie!
We know the gluttonous thoughts you try to deny, girl. All those desires you bury beneath that sickening guilt. You act the martyr when you turn the bed you lie in into your own hedonistic hell. You are nothing but a tainted soul with filth-stained flesh held together by falsehood and pride.
They look livid, and when it looks like they would lunge, I wake, feeling like the wind has been knocked out of me. That was a scene that looked a little Danganronpa-ish. Reminded me of Junko for some reason, but that was one of the more interesting sequences this novel has offered so far. That's for sure. With a groan, I squint and find a certain fluffball sitting on my chest looking as pleased as punch. She is the overlady of cats, queen of despair and destruction of nice furniture. Meow! But I can't stay mad at Her Majesty because it feels like she did something good this time. I was having a nightmare, but I can't even remember what it was about. Oh, bullshit. You just dreamt about two pretty blonde girls that you want to... well, you know. Trying to recall is a pillable pit in my stomach. Maybe it's probably better that I don't remember.
Good morning, Baruthio. Who's the good kitty? Are you hungry? Is that why you woke me up?
A content purr comes from my sweet dear before she jumps off the bed and trots towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it takes me a bit more before I roll out of bed and start my day. Mornings before work is always a quiet affair. Shower first and a mug of coffee and a bowl of oats. Sometimes I do stretches, and I always check my work email. The Wrights will be moving into the mansion today. I don't think the paperwork is officially done yet, but it isn't too far-fetched to think they were allowed to start their move despite that. Rich people like them will always find ways to get what they want after all.
I'll be leaving you again today, Beth. So you behave and make sure not to shred up my new covers, okay? And don't worry, I didn't forget tomorrow is Black Cat Day, so I'll throw you a party. But only if you behave like a proper lady.
She barely gives me a glance as I save it before going back to her own food. Cats. Still better than humans. Most of the time. Too bad I have to work with humans. The place is already busy as soon as I get here. The foreman, one I've recommended to the Wrights for his work ethic, is early as usual. Already he's instructing men here and there with the bigger loads. I have no chance to talk with him as Mrs. Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Mrs. Wright, I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
Good morning, Marianne. It has been delightful and these men have been very helpful. Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest. He can be such a diva, but I do like that about him.
She stops, looking up at the upper landing where Mr. Wright comes through with two other movers and the mirror from the study.
Do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass. Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it. If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there. Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar for now? We can figure out if we'll store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
The movers bring the mirror down one step at a time, no matter how much the man tells them to hurry. An unsettling feeling grows in my stomach as I see our reflection in the bloody thing. And I look away, not wishing to risk anything. If I see Lorraine's image in the mirror now, I wouldn't know what I'd do. I don't have the luxury of privacy right now, and I am not going to break down in front of all these people. Wise decision. As soon as I go into the kitchen, I realize I'm holding my breath. I let out a sigh of relief when I think nobody is looking and go back to the task at hand. It'd be a terribly busy day, and there's no need for me to even think of anything else. I'll talk with the foreman, fill him in which room is which. By the way, Drauken, how's the DOS 1 playthrough going? How far are you into that with Sage? It seems I'm doomed not to get any significant work done without being interrupted when it comes to these particular requirements,
Marianne,
however.
dear, have you had breakfast yet? Well, I do believe it would be considered brunch at this hour.
Oh yes, Mrs. Wright,
You must join me. Johans has already been breaking in the kitchen, as they say. I do not see the others settling down for a meal anytime soon. Someone might as well enjoy the food while it's hot, and that someone might as well be us.
I should say no. I really must say no. But the way she smiles at me makes it difficult to do so. Look at how ridiculous I'm being. Acting like a silly, nervous schoolgirl with a crush. It's just brunch, and who am I to say no to a client? It would be impolite to do so. It's not like I'm going to agree because of anything other than propriety. I'm not agreeing just because she batted her pretty eyelashes at me.
If you insist.
It really isn't any of those, but it's something about her eyes, rather. She looks at it like she needs a good talk. A friend. And although I'm not supposed to be chumming with my client, there's no harm in pretending, right? Oh, it's this conversation where she says all the stuff. Of course, I've been wrong on many occasions before. Maybe there is plenty of harm in pretending that I care. Because pretending I care might lead to actually caring. Being alone in the same room as the missus leaves me reeling, as I find myself paying too much attention to her. It seems so borderline unhealthy how much I'm getting obsessed, even if it's just by looking. And it's the little insignificant things that I notice, like the way she plays with her hair, or how she smooths down her dress.
Up, higher, come on now.
Whiskey's annoying voice in the other room helps pull me back to the ground. I'm just looking, aren't I? I know that someone like her wouldn't even look at someone like me. Still, there's sometimes turn us around this bad decision.
I'd really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright. But I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early, you must not have gotten a proper meal. Sit, sit! I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now.
Her concern is sweet, as is her smile. But I'm really not here for idle chit-chat, something I keep forgetting. We're both distracted when the food arrives, and it's enough for me to stay, at least until the meal is over. No more, no less, just to be polite. Thankfully, the conversation steers into a topic I'm comfortable with, work. This goes on for a bit, and I can't be more relieved. Most people don't understand calling me a workaholic, but I choose to work in a field I'm enthusiastic about. So what if my career is also my hobby?
But no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly too. It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box. Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg. Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Wait, doesn't she own the house? I'm pretty sure. I have no business with it though, it's theirs to hash out. But apparently the momentary confusion has been visible on my face.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
I see.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yes, what else is there to it? Without warning, this nice homely chat devoted to something horrible, something sad.
But I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Despite my general dislike of the upper class, I sometimes feel pity for them. They may have all the money in the world where material things aren't a problem, but they don't even see what they've become, where they've ended up, or what they've done most of the time. They're shut in by their own trap, forced to play along with society's expectations, and do anything to stay where they are and to keep what they have. A world where even people feel or treated where even people feel or are treated like they are mere possessions. When someone is at the top, the only way for them to go is down. I've worked with many Hannahs and Lukes and Whiskies, but I've never been one of them. I don't pretend to understand their world any deeper than that. I merely know what I've witnessed before. She looks lost, speechless at how she betrayed herself. My pity is for the likes of her returns. Nothing but pity moves me as I speak before she can say anything else that might ruin or break her.
I won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles. This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you, and whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand. These sort of affairs, if anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined. All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
The way she practically begs me to keep quiet about it is disheartening. I have no plans of speaking about anything I hear, especially if it's about their private affairs, but the way she looks at me, the way she just expects some sort of fallout because of this, makes my heart clench.
Well, I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
It's not like I have any other choice,
Thank
do I?
you.
When I asked if the food and drink is gone, the door opens
Madam,
as if
the
on cue.
photographer from Luxury Living is here.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties. I must excuse myself.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for the food as well.
She stands to up and leave, and all I want to do is reassure her again to prove that I am someone she can trust. So when she walks back my way, I didn't fight the smile that found its way on my face. I feel giddy, but the feeling dies down afterwards as I sober up. Oh well, back to work. Oh, she's getting on well with her new crush. Soon enough, I find myself drawn to the kitchen where the right butler has returned to. He's already claimed the space and telling movers to back off, and no one dares to trust in his proclamation.
My kitchen. No kinder allowed. Little men running around with knives especially. We do not want any accidents to happen now, do we? Good? Good.
I mean, there's a wife-wielding German standing there. I don't think anybody would be insane enough to refuse his
I
request.
hope I meet the age restriction, or at least the height restriction, because I'm asking to be let in here.
You are allowed inside, McCulloch, but not the little ones.
A shake of my head and a roll of my eyes is all I give him. It's not like I'm going to be of any trouble to him. Just need to look around and get my bearings. The breakfast had been distraction enough. I don't even want to think about what we had just talked about. I just need to get my head straight and get back to work. The movers work efficiently even when they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. The head foreman comes, standing in the doorway, to consult me on this or that, and I have to go and help out every now and then. But they pretty much have everything up to standards. They skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. Nevertheless, all is well as the butler gets to heating up the leftover bubble and squeak from breakfast and makes a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves to the rights, but well done nevertheless.
That smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
It's an idle observation more than anything. My thoughts, as they are, preoccupied.
If there are any left. One can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's American.
I really do hate getting up so close and personal with my clients. It's a distraction. It is obvious to me that I've gone my produce all wrong when I can't help but think about what I heard and when I learned about the right couple. These things have a way of creeping up on a person. No thoughts, ideas, whether they are fact or fiction. They creep up and fester, crawl and rife in a way that twists. I hear giggling, delighted and mocking. They creep up and... The sensation of fingers ghosting briefly on my arm causes me to freeze and hiss.
Don't!
I half expect her to be there.
Whoa, no need to scream bloody murder. It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
But it's just whiskey.
Don't do that again. Ever.
I don't like being scared, though I don't believe in the likes of spooks. Being startled is not on top of the list of things Marianne liked. Looking for him, I had nothing within reach, or he would have gotten on friendly terms with something, like a rolling
What
pin.
was with that reaction? Were you really scared? Has Johan's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people. Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
The butler's expression is unreadable. I hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working for the Wrights, aside from vague amusement. There must have been something there, though, judging from Mr. Wright's uncontent look. The expression on Mr. Wright's face is almost cruel. But neither of them spoke, even as Johannes leaves the room to serve the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh. They're nothing but tales made up to scare children. Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That's a boring way to look at it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no? Like I said, I was just thinking.
It would be a relief, actually, if those rumors of this place being haunted is true. That just means I'm not going bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing, a dead person isn't exactly the symptoms of a healthy mind. Sure, it means there would be such things as ghouls and goblins, but at least I'd be sane. On the other hand, there would actually be a dead girl walking around.
If you could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright, you haven't noticed anything weird here?
A simple enough question on the surface, yet I noticed the man's stiffen as the question leaves my mouth. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't watching his reaction intently, but in his eyes I see something dangerous.
It depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted? Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange people?
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it. But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
A dead teenager would technically qualify as strange. But yeah, the whole I see dead people thing isn't going to go over
None
well.
that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it. Immediately.
I think that goes without saying.
The concern he have on the talk of security is quickly gone. His arrogant smug smirk returns, if a bit subdued. Sounds like he may have had some encounters of his own, perhaps. He's just not saying. Whatever smarmy remark or innuendo he has at the ready never comes to us voices from the dining hall ring out.
Nah, I just freelance mostly. For magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time.
And that's her conversation with Zachary.
It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, I presume. As always, Mrs. Wright talks in such a kind and cheery fashion, no matter who she's talking with. It certainly puts people at ease around her. It sounds like it's working on the photographer too. Hearing them, though, seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood. At least if his small scowl is anything to go by. Is he jealous?
You're not gonna go out there and join Mrs. Wright? You're starting to look strained. If you want your picture taken so badly, I'm sure the photographer would oblige.
Oh, that's a negative with him. Not that we care.
What is it that you want to do then?
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
We need to get you away from the butler. You're starting to sound like him. No, I'm not joining Hana for an interior design magazine photo. What am I, a piece of furniture? Look, did a lot of you have anything else crucial to do today? Marianne.
There are still some little things to do. It isn't the end of the day yet.
Yes, but you're paid hourly, aren't you? Per day? Really, I don't care. You and the others can just take off for the day.
Why is he dismissing us early all of a sudden? Is this about the possible security threat? Did my question get more wary and paranoid that he would just send the workers and I away? I realise that threats are of actual concern to these rich and powerful people. I imagine, whether anyone wants to or not, they get a few enemies here and there, but I'm sure the foreman and his works can be trusted and are of no threat. Well, at least I trust the people I'm working with. I understand he doesn't. He doesn't know them for a can of paint. Still, won't it be safer if there are people around who can watch the back?
You're the boss. My being paid by the day aside, I won't be held responsible for any significant delay caused by your decisions. I'll try to get around that, of course, but I'll just remind you of the fact.
Whatever, take forever with the house. I don't give a bloody damn. Don't you worry, you're still getting your money. Just sod off, go crawl around a pub and find yourself a good lay.
Paranoid like a bay as he might be, this conversation certainly didn't have to warrant that sort of remark.
Maybe I will.
Walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact that whatever he says will go while under his roof. Mrs. Wright and the photographer are still far too busy in conversation to notice me, even as I make my way through the dining hall. Besides, I didn't want to ruin their fun.
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Foncé very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Yeah, the fun of it, her thinking it was about, that, but something else altogether. Going to the foyer as we stumble upon the family butler once more, who raises about my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get here. Granted, there were some difficulties at first because the driver didn't know where the Ermengarde mansion is. and this is the night where Hannah sees the crying girl in the basement. He tried to have us hand over our GPS coordinates from our smartphones to some other techno-bab we didn't care about, and the butler didn't understand. But as soon as we told him it's that haunted mansion over in Anton Village, he knew just the place, and finally headed over, albeit with some hesitation. All the way back to the city, the driver keeps complaining about that place giving him the willies. He gives me willies too, I would have loved to have snapped at him. But as soon as the thought occurs to me, another blossoms in the forefront of my mind. One that has somehow bothered me greatly, more than my exasperation over whiskey in this project or wanting all of it to stop. There has been no rain whispering over my ears today. Worse, I find myself searching for it. Searching for her. Damn you, Earthy! No, that's right. I can't pronounce that. Damn you, anyway, loose ends. Fucking bloody loose ends everywhere. I thought I'd already moved past this years ago, and it does nothing to help me curb my frustration. If anything, it only ensures that I want a stiff drink. And where else do I go to drink? Tuesdays are all for karaoke, and Wednesdays, improv. Usually it's these four guys who did hilarious games. The one with Irish drinking songs are always a crowd favourite. Though I love a good laugh, stand-up comedy isn't my thing. Without Clam or Havana or any other distractions, I end up drinking a lot more this time. And when there's several bottles of beer in me, I get really, really embarrassing.
Hey! G! Psst! G, come over here. I need you for something.
It's a good thing that the bartender is a nice fellow. I'd probably have been kicked out of any other places by now, or worse. If push comes to shove, all he would do is give me an easy smile and a shake of his head, even when he's entertained to other customers. Just like now.
Give me a moment, will ya? I gotta go check on her.
He's some Asian guy, and I'm pretty sure I've seen him before a couple of times, although he never talks to anyone else except G. The girls used to be all over him too, but he always turned them away.
I'll be here. You go do that before she falls over.
Oh, it's Ashton.
All right. What is it? Do you need someone to help you get home?
Bartender, pour the wine.
I think that's enough alcohol for you, little missy. I'm cutting you off.
A whine comes from the back of my throat as he pulls my bottle away. I have no hope of getting them back once they're behind the counter. Even in my drunken mind, I don't dare hop over it for them. Because what little sense I have left knows I'd sooner rather take a fall dive than succeed in wresting a bottle from a sober man. But that doesn't stop me from trying to reach out with my arms like a stupid idiot anyway. He smiles and shakes his head, just like I know he would, before going back to the other guy.
Right now, where were we? How you holding up, boy?
With no drink and no one to really chat with, I would have gone home or gone to sleep on the bar right there and then. But I'm not ready to stand up and try and trek back home just yet.
Same old. I'm still on the Luxborn firm case.
Those blokes they talk about being in dark suits, whisking people into the night or some shit and all that. Didn't the media call it some ridiculous name in the morning news?
What is it this time? Wait, don't answer that. They've called it a lot of things. As long as people don't start running around claiming they're the Illuminati. So, what have you got for me this time, G? Anything good?
Slow down there. You haven't even told me what sort of dealing dosh we got. Who are you looking into this time?
The talk would have interested me and would have kept my attention if I gave a damn. But in my current state, I could barely give two fucks about the things going on around me. All these words are just buzzing, barely surfacing from the sea of sounds that is the pub. And it would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned, if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy. And don't pretend like you don't, G. It takes a special kind of ignorant not to know who he is.
That smug blonde who likes throwing round his money. He was just here a few days ago, as a matter of fact. Great tipper, if you think him just dumping a wad of cash on the counter after having too much whiskey counts as tipping. Why are you asking? He dirty?
You have no idea, G. He's probably the worst sort you can imagine.
Luke fucking right. Fucking whiskey. Even without him around, I'm still hearing about the guy. What the absolute fuck? Despite this, I find myself getting up and sauntering over to join him before I pipe up.
Is this smart talk about Luke fucking right I'm hearing, eh?
Private conversation here, lady.
There's only a mutant on G's face. The Asian guy, he starts to look ticked off as hell.
Don't worry, Holmes. She's clean. And she might be able to help you with your, predicament.
Course. A drunk's just stumbled through here with what I need. Get real, G. No offense, lady, but you're smashed.
I know, right? Nothing beats being drunk after a hard day's work. Especially when you're working for Mr. Luke Wright.
So, she works for the guy? Doesn't that make her, I don't know, suspect?
See, have a little faith in me, why don't ya? I don't have much, and you might as well have something to go off. You're the one who was so desperate to come running to me for business.
Yoo-hoo! Still right here, fellas. 5'11". Can't miss me. Unlike Shorty over here. What's with that mad look? You want to dance, boy? You don't look like you can bust a groove. Maybe a leg, but with that fancy coat of yours.
To add insult to injury, I move directly behind him and use the top of his head as an armrest. But when he shakes me off, I plop into the seat right next to him.
Don't try me. You can hardly stay on your feet. We don't want to ruin your fancy coat, do we?
Ah, children, the both of ya. But you're still standing after all that, are ya? Matt, you see this giantess? She's a legendary regular here. Been treating like there's no tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous. Can't do that anymore or my liver will give out on me. Good with the mic, too. Don't see you much recently, but I guess you're always busy, aren't you? You're some fancy designer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait, I know you. You were at the open house for the mansion.
Yeah, that's right. Marianne McCulloch. I'm a famous interior designer extraordinaire. Ooh, that rhymes. Anyway, you guys were talking about that weenie Luke Wright, right?
Or something. Can't really talk about it. I don't even know if I can trust you, even if G said you're clean. But anything would be of help.
Well, I don't gossip about my clients, if that's all there is to this.
You wanted to gossip about him a few minutes ago, Marianne.
And that was the beer talking, not Marianne.
You won't mind if we ask the beer a few questions then?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking and what they're asking. But seriously, that guy is abso-fucking-lutely frustrating. One moment, he's an absolute dickhead. And then he's acting like an actual decent human being the next. I just can't figure him out. I can't imagine how that pretty wife of his can put up with him. If I were her, I'd dump his flat arse straight up.
I'm not just saying that because I think Hannah's pretty or anything. Luke is a catch too. They both are. But I think we cannot for the love of all things holy see how they even work out together.
So, Luke Wright, have you noticed anything strange about him while you were working with him? Anything peculiar? Of note?
Sure.
You're the one being peachy right about now, Holmes. But nah, nothing that comes to mind off the top of my head. He's just like most rich, smarmy arseholes and then some.
A giggle bubbles up and I press my cheek against the cool countertop with my eyes shut tight, just because. Eventually cracking one eye open, just in case they thought I fell asleep, I grin at Holmes.
So, Holmes, I'm guessing you're some private detective or something. Is it Hannah? Did she pay you to look if he's been cheating or some such?
Hannah's the wife, right? What about her? How is she?
How is she or how is she? Well and good. Definitely the nicer of the two and sexiest sin to boot. Not a private detective then? Are you from one of them tabloids wanting to know if the Luke Wright doesn't know how to put his pants on right? Pants. I'd take the pants off of...
Ah, here we go. Slipping. I haven't been this drunk in such a long time. It's a miracle I've been coherent for as long as I have been right now.
I'm asking you if you've noticed any odd behavior from her.
Odd behavior? What? I wonder how she'd be drunk. I can just imagine her like the giggly sort. What do you think?
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G. She's not a reliable source. The chief, let alone the courts, aren't going to take the word of a drunk. This will be dismissed, and I might be in trouble if they try to argue that I coerced a testimony out of her. This is a fucking train wreck.
You're a fucking train wreck now, if you ask me. Maybe it's about time you apply the brakes and stop for a bit.
The wave of despair that comes over the both of them is palpable. If feelings had a taste, it'd be bitterer than the beer I'm full of. And it gets me thinking, though thinking doesn't get me far with too much shite in my system.
You know that's not an option. Thanks for being patient, McCullough. Good luck with your work on that mansion.
Speaking of that mansion, there's something going on in that place. Something. As acht day! No wonder Mr. Right likes it so much. It's as fishy as he is. Rotten bloke. Maybe that Santos girl is really onto something, eh? Suspicious shite, I'm telling you. Explains why she's so reluctant.
What do you mean that Santos girl is onto something?
Before I get another word out, there's hands on my shoulders and everything starts to spin. I quickly swap his hands away the best I can and send him the foulest look I can muster.
Take your hands off me, pipsqueak. I'm not a lady who's shaken or stirred unless you want me up-chucking on your pretty hair. But it's just like I said. Are you sure you aren't brain damaged or deaf? Santos girl from BRC showed us this creepy letter. You know, just like those spam stuff you get in your emails. And we thought it was some joke or that the girl was just a bit too green to handle a big sale like that. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw it. Whiskey, that's Luke fucking right, you get me? And the missus didn't look too happy either. I should have taken a picture and posted it everywhere. When rich snobs give you that face, no wonder the Santos girl went all mental on us. Working with them does that, you know? I think I'm about to. I'm not mental yet, am I? Anyway, just like I said, in that man... Hey, you okay? Holmes? You're looking a bit shaky yourself there.
And he really is pale, paler than before at least. I can see the gears turning in his head on overtime. Suddenly he shoves a card in my hand. On it is name, Ashton Frey, and his number. But he has second thoughts as he grabs it from me and slips it into my pocket.
You're cute, pretty boy. But I prefer blondies.
Well, you're not exactly my type either, lady. But listen to me. If something comes up, don't do anything rash. If you think you're in danger or if you see anything suspicious, call me and the authorities as soon as possible. You understand me? That's 99...
I know what the damn emergency number is.
Right, 999. Good. Anyway, I have to run. See you, G.
The guy is quick on his feet, already up and at him, as soon as the numbers leave his lips. That was a fascinating dialogue we just had there. I think this has been the most entertaining character segment of the game so far. Honestly. Watching him as he maneuvers through the crowd of other pubgoers is enough to tire me out. Fast as he can, he's at the door and throws us a smile, and that's all we get before he's gone.
Oi,
just
what
like
about
that.
your drink, boy? I'll go put it on your tab then.
Holmes boy always like that, G?
Pretty much. But what about you? I suppose I'll put your drinks on your tab too. Don't want you to spill your wallets when you look like you're close to spilling yourself.
Yeah, and if it's fine by you, I think I'll go take a bit of a cat nap here. Just for a sec or two.
Go right ahead. I'll wake you when I close up shop.
Mumbling a sleepy thanks, I doze off on the spot, rest placed on the counter. Already I dread the pain I'll have for sleeping in such a position. But when you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh no, she's having the dream again. With the two blondes. It's Junko Jr.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Not that I can get much sleep to begin with. Do people ever have the feeling that they're working on something they really enjoy, but still, it eventually tires them out? Because honestly, I've been feeling like this.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
But moments like these make all the hard work worth it. Definitely.
Well, I can't take all the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the Wright mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
We're only about halfway done, but the honest satisfaction on a client's face is enough for me to push through. Hey, Zoden2354, what system is this on PC only? Well, I'm playing on the PC. I don't know if the letter came out on any other devices, but this is a visual novel game called The Letter. A horror visual novel game that Drauken gifted me some time ago. Let's face it, between my exploration at Mr. Wright's antics and her, I've been burning the candles at both ends. I can't even close my eyes without seeing a dead girl's face. Dead girl. Dead. She's dead. I have to keep reminding myself that, burying my feelings as deep as they've buried her body, 6 feet under. I shouldn't waste so much time on someone who's supposed to be gone. I've wasted so many years thinking about her already. There should be no need to bother myself with the dead when I should be bothering myself with the living. Too bad the living are usually as complicated, if not more, than ghosts the past.
But don't you have a party?
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting. He's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
It's even more complicated when the living in question is a pair of rich and famous socialites way past their honeymoon phase, and I've been somehow roped into being a relationship counselor.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch.
You enjoy visual novels? Well, that's good to hear, Zordon. Although this will be the last time I do a visual novel on this channel, unless it's under 10 hours. I don't want to do any more long visual novels because most people in my community don't really enjoy them that much. And since I like to have a little bit of interaction during streams, you know, it's a bit awkward when I stream for an hour and no one says anything. It's like, there's no point. You know, I'm still getting used to the fact that I'm playing Doom sometimes and people don't speak for a while. I get that. At least there's like 20, 30 people watching and a conversation will spark up occasionally. But I know that this is not the kind of game that people want to see. And I agree, you know. I'm enjoying this story, but I am here to stream and, you know, there's other games I want to play that are more entertaining.
His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband.
Yeah, there is that as well. They're hard to stream as well. You gotta be a certain type of person to probably make them entertaining, and I'm mainly known for being an FPS guy, so it's a bit of a tone shift.
But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark. What do you think?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be the best source of relationship advice is beyond me. Still, I talk and answer to the best of my abilities. Without realizing it, I'm already pulling out a part of me that I thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words will be of some help to Mrs. Wright. If I'm honest though, they are some help to me, like some weight has been taken off my shoulders.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
The weight of what happened to her hasn't left me yet, did it? Maybe.
I'll try to stay in chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
Maybe it's about time I changed that.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
Though I shouldn't dwell on the dead, I shouldn't just callously forget about them too. Saying that I have work left to do is an easy enough excuse to me. I know how other people see me. They see me as someone so obsessed with her craft that she would so easily miss things like a party for it. Outside the parlour, people hurry about here and there in preparation for the right grand housewarming party. None spare me a glance as I slip past them, each working on their appointed roles and not daring to slack off while they work for what is probably the most powerful couple in Luxborn. I make it into the kitchen with ease, the wine cellar being my final destination. But when is a great task ever simple? Probably never. And this is a great task, isn't it? My greatest one yet, but is worthy of being called a quest. I'm not acting as Marianne McCulloch, the professional interior designer, when I chose to lie about being too busy for a party. I'm Marianne McCulloch, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma. Just thinking of it like that makes it a bit cheesy, but it helps with the fear. It helps overcome the insane thought that I'm actively seeking out something that has been plaguing me for years. I might face my worst nightmare, or I might see nothing and find my self-imagined grand quest fall flat. And who would have thought that the gatekeeper to my final quest would be someone I thought would be a viable ally?
Schnell! Hurry up, you snails! We are on a deadline and you are wasting my time!
The butler comes from the cellar and into the kitchen, tailed by a couple of others, people who I assume are most likely chefs and bartenders. He raises a brow, seeing me just standing there by the hatch, by a trapdoor. It almost looks like he's going to throw me out for being in the kitchen without permission. But then he motions for the others to disperse and familiarise themselves with their surroundings. Meanwhile, he continues to stand there, preventing entry into the darkness beyond.
What are you doing here, Fraulein? This is not the place for guests or in an architect right now. I request you leave.
I was just looking around for any last-minute things, yes?
Yes, you have been doing that a lot. Looking around, snooping about. Now is not the time for such things. If you're not careful, people might think you are up to something.
The look he gives me as he says is almost chilling. If life was a game book, he'd probably be the true neutral warlock guy in the treasure room. A difficult opponent to beat with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in dexterity.
Well, I'm not done yet. I actually need to go into the wine cellar. Just need a quick go at the place. So just don't mind me. I'll be out of your hair soon enough.
Go outside, enjoy the party. Bask in the praise and adulation they will no doubt shower you with when the madam speaks highly of you. Surely you've had enough of this stuffy old kitchen by now. You do not want to cause trouble. Both the bratwurst and Hannah want this to be perfect. It would be a disservice and a disrespect to toe out of line and risk it being anything otherwise. And more importantly, I will be blamed for any failure that happens tonight.
His intervention almost turns me away. Maybe this is a sign I'm not meant to seek Lorraine now, but...
Please, it's really important.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious wine without his permission.
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
He steps aside begrudgingly. At this point, it looks like there's no turning back. Oh god, she's actually going into the wine cellar. The cellar greets me ominously as I descend. Oh no. She's going to the mirror. That was what her mission was. The space feels small with a lot more balls lining the wall compared to before, and knowing what might be waiting for me just makes things worse. The mirror would have been moved from the study as my goal. I did not return to it after my initial discovery, but the thought of Lorraine, how much I want to see her again, even if it's just for one more time, keeps coming back to mind. As I walk through the cellar, I have to stop when I feel something crunch beneath my feet. Whatever few bowls were left behind here are now nothing but grass under my heels. Perhaps dropped by one of the many chefs and bartenders the butler had escorted through here before, and it made a downright mess with red slick pooling from the remnants of a good drink. With how dark this place is, a person with a dark enough imagination can easily mistake it for blood. I can't help but think it is, despite the easy logical explanation that had come to my mind, only because of what I'm about to do. It's merely a momentary distraction as I continue to the end of the cellar where the mirror stands. Oh no, she's going to look at the mirror. Propped up at the wall, we gleam innocently while pretending to be a simple and ordinary mirror. How morbid to think this thing could show a person their deepest, most desperate desires and then twist it to an image so dark. That's what I had seen that day. Though I heard Lorraine many times, I'd only seen it here within its frame. I wondered if people had discovered it before. How many were wasted away in front of it, enamored, and how many were frightened away by what they saw. It's like that bloody thing from Harry Potter, you know, the mirror that shows you your darkest desires, and then Dumbledore gives that warning scene like, people have wasted their entire lives in front of this thing. Yeah, as I stand before it now, nothing. I could barely see my own reflection in this darkness.
How does this even work? Mirror, mirror on the wall? Something? Anything?
Nothing. Touching its surface doesn't make it magically activate or anything like that. There is no sudden surge of power, and I am not suddenly granted sight. It says what it is. A mirror. Was Lorraine's appearance in the mirror all sort of fever dream? Am I really that burned with guilt and despair that my mind would eat itself in my stress and have me hallucinate such things? Either way, just going here on some crazy obsession for a girl one gone was wanting me a trip to the doctor. Already I feel ill. After a few more minutes in the hopes that something would change, I turn around to leave. I can just go back upstairs like nothing ever happened, perhaps drop by the party for some heures d'oeuvre, then go home and collect myself. Besides, Mrs. Wright is expecting me and I'm...
Going to leave me again then, are you?
I stop in my tracks but I don't turn back. As much as it pains me, I don't look back. If I'm just hearing her again, considerably delusional, and I look back to see nothing, I don't want to give myself false hope. But when I feel fingers around my wrist pull at me, I look back in shock. My first thought is, how in God's name is this possible? And the second is, Lorraine. Her hands are cold.
Are you that mad at me that you're just going to ignore me, Marianne?
I don't know what to say, and I can only stare at her in wonder. She stands there, in the mirror, with only her arm extended outward for my sake. I look at the hand still holding my wrist, and when she sees me looking at it, she moves it so that our hands are intertwined. Fingers weave together. Seeing her there, and feeling her touch meant I'm not crazy, though however impossible and unexplainable is all to me right now. It just takes my breath away. Pulling her out from there is tempting. I can imagine doing so with ease. We can be together again, Lorraine and Marianne, like nothing had ever happened. But that would all be a great big lie, wouldn't it?
What? Pack out your tongue? Don't just look at me like that. Say something.
Even if this thing was some magic pole that could bring back the dead, that doesn't erase anything. As looking at her, still a young teenager while I'm already a grown woman, it serves no other reason than to break the illusion that blinds me. I've seen her twice now, always behind the mirror. If this is real, if this isn't some delusion, then why can she only exist behind the glass?
Yeah. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. It's been so long.
You don't look happy.
I really am happy. But at the same time, I can't help but think about what happened to you.
And what does that mean? What are you saying?
She gives me this peculiar look, and before my eyes she moves to step out of the mirror. In turn, I wrench my hand from her and take a step back, almost as if I'm afraid.
I don't know how this is possible. But whatever this is, it isn't real. You can't be real.
I'm right here, aren't I? What other proof do you need?
No. I see you. I hear you. I feel you. But even with all that, you can't be real. You just can't. I saw your body. I helped bury you. You're dead.
A deep hurt crosses her face and it just breaks my heart in two seeing her wear that expression.
Burying me wasn't the only thing you did. Don't you dare lie. But I'm going to be the bigger woman, aren't I? Let bygones be bygones. I'll forgive you. As long as you stay with me, Marianne. That's why you came down here, right? To find me?
That was the plan. I came down here looking for her, for closure. But this isn't just closure. This is something else entirely. I didn't think I would be forced to make such a choice. Do I leave or do I stay? Ooh, what do I pick? I mean, this is clearly some kind of weird, freaky ghost mirror shit. If she wants to stay, she'll probably be dragged into a mirror dimension, but if that makes her happy, it might pay off. On the other hand, if she moves on, she'll have a lot of guilt, but she won't be killed by a ghost, maybe. Oh, Dralkin isn't around to make a decision for me. What do I pick? On the other hand, she's just going to spend the rest of her life imagining us, so fuck it. I really do want to stay with her. I'm getting tired of pretending, of lying to myself, and the fact that I'm admitting this to myself now of all times only brings to light how Lorraine was right about me all along. I should have listened to her.
Lorraine, you're dead. How can we even stay together?
I know. And it's your fault, isn't it? You tore us apart. But now, you can put us back together again.
And now that I have a choice to fix what I had done to us, then who am I to do otherwise?
I'm so sorry. I must look like a right mess.
I'm here, Em. I'm here now, don't you worry. Come here.
It takes everything I have not to tear up at the sight of her. She reaches out and slips her fingers through mine before pulling me away from the tunnel and towards the mirror. Our reflection, a grown woman and teenager barely past her prime, lends a bizarre light to this whole scene.
I can't imagine how you've been so alone all these years. I left you, Lorraine. I didn't mean to, but that's what I did. I don't even know if you can ever forgive me.
Don't cry. Doesn't suit your pretty face. Besides, I don't have to be alone anymore, do I? You're here for me, aren't you? You'll never leave me again, will you?
My mouth goes dry as she looks at me. That isn't the plan. This isn't closure. Yet her hand in mine makes us believe that this is real. She's real and that's all that matters. Nothing else.
Yes, of course. I wouldn't dare leave you.
You swear you won't leave me?
I swear to God, I won't, Lorraine.
Though her smile remains, I can only describe her expression as sad. She walks around until she just stands behind me and wraps her arms around my waist. I nearly crumble with how I am at arms once more, and when she puts her chin on in the crook of my neck and I feel her hot breath on my neck, I feel with both joy and grief. The scent of chocolate, almonds, honey and beer surrounded me. My first taste of love, the love that I denied. It had been so bittersweet.
God's not the only one you're making promises to, Marianne. Swear it to me. Or, even better, prove it to me.
I'll stay forever with you, Lorraine. I swear it to you. How do I even prove it to you?
Simple.
She presses something in my hand, a large glass shard from a wine bottle, cold and sharp.
You join me.
Is she suggesting that I...
die for me?
Lorraine! That's... How can I?
How can I even do such a thing?
There's no need to be scared. I'll be here for you until the end, Marianne. Even if you hadn't done the same for me. But that's the only way I can forgive you. The only way we can be together again.
Oh God, she guides my hand, raising the glass shard. Ugh. But my own hands are weak, as is my will, and I can only bare my neck to do as she wishes. There is no reason, no self-preservation as I manage to welcome my own death, as if it will lead me to my salvation. I feel nothing at first, other than the glass touching my skin like a caress, until a stinging sensation brings from my neck. The pain sears and burns like nothing I've felt before, and then my breath intensifies the feeling. Even if I wanted to cry out and scream, I can only cough as a slick metallic taste coats my tongue. The most I can do beyond that is rasp out, calling for a name.
Lorraine.
Oh, please get away from this image. Cold and weak, I grow worse by the second. I cough with each ragged breath, expelling the bourbon I'm inhaling through my slit throat.
Shush now.
Whoa.
It'll be over soon.
Oh no, it's
Really
getting creepy.
soon.
It's getting creepy. There's a moment of doubt as I remember that the devil was once the most beautiful angel in heaven, that I shouldn't be deceived by such beauty, but in my final moments all of that is soon forgotten. My mouth twitches. I can't muster even the smallest of smiles anymore, but I'll be with Lorraine. You've unlocked a memory fragment. What? A memory fragment? What's this? Oh. And now we're playing as Rebecca. What the fuck? So I guess Marianne is very fucking dead now. Jesus. Wow, we unlocked a memory fragment. Holy shit, that was a dark ending. That was like the best character arc so far as well. With some really good voice acting, and now she's dead. Dang. Well, since we've moved on to Rebecca, who is our 5th character, I will be saving that for next time. So, holy crap. I guess maybe the ghost manipulates people into their darkest desires or something like that. In some cases, or whatever. Dang. Oh, it's such a dark ending. Quite good, I would have to say, that entire bit. We could have chosen to live, but we chose to embrace death instead. Cool. Alright. Let's see. 9:46. Yeah, I think I will have time to play some poker, actually. So I think that's what we will do. Need to ping somebody. So we're going to be switching up the stream into a poker stream now. As soon as I just boot up the PokerStars app. What am I saying? App. Bleh. Not a bloody app. What am I saying? Alright. Let me just sort out some things real quick. Actually, not a playthrough. Need to swell on some music. Change the stream a little bit. Just bear with me as I do that. So we'll need to change the game capture. I think we're good. Okay, excellent. I need to switch my camera over here. Put you there, I think. That will do nicely. Pardon me. And we will put on some background music. Let's try a different library this time, perhaps. 2.5 hour John Carpenter retros. Yeah, sure, why not? Gonna put on some music. Just need to do something real quick. Need to let someone know I'm actually doing a poker stream now, so bear with me a moment. Bing bong. Whoa. Let's see. Where's his name? Do I have a private message thing with this dude? Oh well, I'll do it in a... Okay, there we go. I've let him award. No? Or bothers? Oh, you like it. Hook packs. Yes. Right, so I'm going to be playing some poker in a moment. I'll be taking a quick piss break, and then I'm going to be playing a little bit more poker, because I do have a big regional final coming up on Sunday. So be right back. Right. I am back. I just need to load up one more little thing, which I use for my... Hey, Bofers. How you doing? I'm just booting up the... getting my stuff ready. So we're all set now. So yeah, you missed a rather dark and violently interesting character arc tonight. It turns out that Marianne's character arc was probably the most interesting that the game has thrown up so far. And I think It is it's definitely a thing. You know, the rest of the way is going to have a hard time topping that. Alright, this is the game I win, huh? Well, we'll see. So, we're going to be wedging into a 25 cents. We're down to $23. We're going to be down to 22 at the end of this. So, we will begin. Alright, we joined just as the game starts. That's good. So, let's hop in to the game. And here we go. Is it showing it? Yes, it is. Okay. So we're not going to play 4 Queen. Obviously. That will just be improper. I'll wait until we fill up the table before sending that. But, yeah. So, ooh. A Swedish player with 250k. Also, well, so who do we have surrounding us tonight then, I wonder? Alright, now we send that message. So, checks when the 10-5, 10-5 a paired board, and he checks after betting twice into them. After Chucky the cat makes a bet. Oh wow, had a full house. Maybe he had a lesser full house there? I want to see what he had. Oh, he had an ace. I'm going to play ace. Do you mind? I'm trying to see what this guy had. Thank you. We don't need the lobby open. He had ace 8. He had a heart draw. Hit an 8. Hit his ace on the turn. But basically the guy had trip 10s on the flop. You know. Very callable hand, 9-10 suited. That would be within our tag range from Chucky. And, yeah, I got a bit unlucky there, actually. I'm surprised Chucky didn't actually, well, Chucky bet a value bet of 300, got called and paid off. You know, he couldn't fold the ace there. You know, didn't think, what is he calling several bets with? I would have definitely called ace 8, but I don't know about the river. But it's a value bet, you know. You'd have to put him on a hand worse than ace 8 somehow that has called your pre-flop aggression. You'd think, well, in that position that would be we got a response from Chucky the cat. So, joining us on this table tonight, we have a Brazilian August 10. Oh, he left. He or she left. Bye, Chucky the cat. Maybe we'll see you later. So we have a Brazilian August 106 who has played 250k real money hands. We have Rigola 88 from Brazil who has played 5,000. We have, I'm going to fold here. We have Suitepee from Russia who is a scared looking bird. We have Henry Fake who is also from Brazil who has played 5,000 real money hands. Bozo Ringa from Brazil. Cat Moa from Brazil who likes to get lucky, I guess. And Gagasm from Croatia. In this case, would have hit a 3 and 3. I think it's 3 and 3. Yeah, 3 and 3 kind of flop with the worst. Not much else. So it wouldn't have been great. I mean, I have come close with a couple of these micro stakes games in the last few days. You know, 2 8th place finishes, a 10th, a 15. I feel that I'm doing respectable enough. I'm not donking out early, but I really need to start picking and getting more value out of spots and stuff. I also have this problem in my live game yesterday. There was 1 or 2 spots where I could have played them and actually won. I mean, sometimes I'm still a little bit too passive. Or rather, I should say, tight pre-flop when spots are available. You know, I mean, I came second last night and got some nice points on the board and lost to a lotto all-in of Ace King versus Jack Queen. You know, heads up with luck and all that shit. And I played decently, and I actually didn't have a short stack for most of the game either, which was nice for once. I actually had a decent chip stack for most of the game, only being really short stacked on the last table, but I quickly doubled up through someone, and I managed to hang around. So my performance was fine. I had no qualms really. I just know that in a few of these games I need to pick some spots to be aggressive, you know. I need to gamble when it feels a bit right, you know. Not fold the ace 10 when you correctly identify a small desperate stack and a fish calling you. You know, spots where I feel if I'd been taking a more aggressive line I would have won, and won big. Because if I'm going to break this final table bubble thing, I need to be the one sitting there with 8k, 9k by that point, so I can just take my time and not crash on the bubble, you know, instead of being the one that has to scrounge and scrap the stack. That would be nice. So it looks like August called with a 9-7 with a draw, other guy had 9-jack. I'm just sort of going over some notes from the hand here, this previous hand that was played. Obviously a min fold from under the gun. He calls with his 9-7-9. So really, you know, you get a lot of value from that. You're not really scaring anyone with a min bet under the gun there. So he bets out with his club draw, gets min raised by the guy with 9-jack. Now, obviously at this point, if you have a jack and someone has min-raised you, you could put them on a draw or a better jack. I guess if you have 9-jack, then you just put in 117, don't necessarily have to fold, but you would have to ponder. Do you put them on a draw? Actually, sorry, I stand corrected. He has the draw, and he has the hand. Because Rigola ends up winning this, sorry. Go back to here. So, on the draw, he gets min-raised, and you're kind of valued in there, I guess, to call. You know, it's only a min-raise, it's not enough to put you off, keeps you in the pot. So, return comes a king, you miss your draw, he's got, I think it's 7-9 of clubs he ends up happening. So, the king is a bit of a scare card, though, obviously, always. But if you put him on a draw, you don't really assume they have a king, unless it's a king draw, maybe. So, doesn't seem to put him off. He bets 180 straight out, and he calls. Obviously really wants to chase that draw down, maybe going for some implied odds or something. And over comes a blank 8, so he's missed, and then it just gets checked down. That's rather interesting. A rather interesting play. They both just check the river. You know, guy has 9-jack, he's put out a bet on the turn and the guy calls and then doesn't put a bet on the river. I mean, you would think, unless you fear him check raising, if he's willing to bet and call on the turn with a king, he would probably bet again for value because there's no straight out there, the flush missed. So I don't know. I mean, you probably have some showdown value with Jack 9 to be fair, but you might also have some value in, I don't know. To be fair, you win 1,000, so I guess it's showdown value you went for. But I don't know. I just think maybe because he didn't bet on the river, you might have a chance to get a small bet in, bit of extra value on the jack, unless you did put him on a better jack or something. But again, a better jack, 10-jack, king-jack, queen-jack, is surely pre-Xing, pre-flop, to the min-raise from whatever the hell this person had, right? I don't know. I might be overthinking it. But basically, they're willing to call with a draw, and this person is willing to defend a pair. Now, basically, in this situation, if I have a king, I can just laugh at their call, because they're willing to bet it out, I guess. That's something to be mindful. You know, if the bet, this seems this person, in this case, if the betting, they had it, and this person was willing to draw. Wasn't a lot overall, and let's just leave it like this, actually. Instead of like game capturing, let's just leave the money. I don't want to do that, actually. I'd rather keep it off, I think, because I accidentally show something I shouldn't. Right, we're back to the game. Oh, we have King 10 off. That is in our... No, actually it isn't. I just checked the chart, and although King 10 suited is, King 10 off isn't. Otherwise, I'd have I could have 3x'd, but nah, it's all good. Obviously, you know, we're in early position. While King 10 is suited, is probably raised. We would have 3x'd here on the spade draw or whatever. But obviously, an ace-x might 4-bet or just call. And then we're out of position to that player or whatever. I'm overcomplicating it quite simply. We're playing a strategy and it wasn't one of the hands. So we're not going to play it. What am I referencing for my hands? Well, I picked up this poker authors and professional players sort of guide to crushing the micro stakes. And it's a free download is what it calls a cheat sheet. For beating micro stakes games, and he has this chart, like a chart of a strategy called the tag, tight and aggressive. And there's a full chart of basically like what hand you should play, you know, and there's certain ones that he suggests for a full ring game, which is this, and a 6 max, which is 6 players. So I referenced that basically. The idea basically being is that micro stakes players really don't fold aces, they don't really fold if they have a pair. So the idea is you're going to play your hand tight. We have 6-10, so we're going to... Oh, an 8 would be nice. An 8 would be really good. We might... I don't know if we get implied odds here to call, though. We're given that this has been unraised, we're saying, nah, it's not worth it. Pot isn't good enough. You know, one player, and all we're looking for is most likely a 10. And keep in mind, this is... unraised, he's bet small, probably wants a call. So, you know, we probably have to hit the straight to win. He might have 2 pair or something on that kind of a board. You know, again, unraised pot. He could have absolutely anything. He could have 7-9. I suspect if he had a pocket pair, unless it's freeze, he raises a bit. So he probably had like 7-9. He could have like King 9, Jack 9. Any kind of weird combination. Too many hands to put in the range for a min raise, so... Obviously, we, you know, since there's only if there was like 1 or 2 callers, maybe we'd be juiced into doing a call for hit. You know, the implied odds. We hit our straight, we would get a lot of chips, but not really the case there. So it's fine. We didn't put a single extra penny in, and we're good. And bye. We need per. I have no interest in you. We have pocket 8s. We have position. Nah, I'm just gonna call here just because it's not the strongest pair. And we have position. I don't really fancy 3x. Actually, maybe I should have 3x that to get 1 or 2 off, but you never know. One of them could have a weird hand. But I suspect we've put ourselves in a bad spot because we didn't... Yeah, okay. Even though we haven't overpaired the board here, the betting. I'm very suspicious here. I think we've let too many people in, so I'm just going to let this go. I should have 3x. I don't think there's any harm to actually... Well, no. We should have re-raised it and found out pre-flop. But the call isn't too bad. The plan basically is hit a set or go home. Anything else is just not worth it. So, we proceed with the plan as planned. Look at that, he just jams. Wow. Polarizing all in. He either has it or he doesn't. Or he has some crap. Again, it could be possible he has pocket 7s there and just wants to... Or some weird shit, I don't know. I think in that spot, if there was maybe an opportunity for aggression, but on the other hand, I think as long as we don't do anything stupid, if we don't hit the 8, then it's fine to just fold after the flop doesn't give us what we want quite. It's not the best draw for a pocket 8, you know, 4, 7, 5, we only got 1 diamond. 2 calls off a 4x pre. You know, you could be looking at 9s, 10s, jacks, an overpair of the board, but really doesn't want to see any further skirt cards. Stuff like that. Had we taken the aggressive line of a 3x, we might have got called by better. Position would have helped, but nah. Just didn't quite fancy it after. No, and also a caller, so someone's on a diamond draw and never giving up either, so. Yeah. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Are you still here, Zordon? Or have you left? Alright. Not going to play 3-7, obviously. Not a good thing to do. 5x on the mid position. I'm not seeing a lot of 3xing so far. I might just slightly notice. I've actually been surprised there's been a limp pots already in this game. Are the players perhaps a tad more passive pre? That's something to bear in mind. But we're not getting any too crazy. At least up to the turn, we're not getting crazy friggin' bet sizes here at the moment. Ace Jack versus Ace Jack, so they chop. It's the same hand. Wow. Both had the same hand, and they both friggin' tried to bet each other off of it, pure and simple. Not much there to go off. Can understand why you'd bet 100 in that position, and we go decide just to call. He throws the horseshoe at him. And that's what you can do, you can actually throw things. It's free. Horseshoes, there's others as well, I think. Maybe you have to buy some from the store. I don't really care, it's just a silly cosmetic thing. I think the ones that are on offer say enough. So, 42 left. I mean, I think what I have noticed playing the micro stakes so far is that in the first few levels of the game, usually you get play that is at least a little bit sensible-ish. And only later on, when the blinds go up, do we start getting the lotto poker phases where people do just start getting a bit crazy. Because the blinds are every 10 minutes, so, you know, you can't sit around too long. You have to play something. It kind of pushes people towards the abyss. About a half pot bet on a straight heavy board. It's a caller. 7-9 is a possibility, but I don't think Zerte is going to stop from betting here. That's 3/4 there, roughly. I think they're just purely convinced that Jack's good. Wow. Yeah, and Jack was indeed good. They called it down all the way. And Gatmoa had 6 king. Basically didn't want to fold a... Basically hit a 6. Decides to call a 3/4 pot with just a pair of 6s and only hoping for a 6 or a king suck out. 7 Jack doesn't put in a value bet on the river. Showdown value, I guess, in case a better Jack is along. With the calling that they made, you'd probably put them on maybe a better Jack. Could have spiked the 10 and slow played a set. Neither of those things happen though, and they nice takedown. So this player might be a bit fishy, perhaps. Ugh. Ace 5 off, big blind, raised under the gun. Might have to give some credit to that, honestly. Hmm. 60 to win. 240 under the gun raise. No, not this time. I could have half tempted to call for value, but it's an under the gun raise. I'm inclined to believe they added something quite serious there. But it wasn't a stupid raise, it was a 3x. So they probably were quite happy with that board. They could have had ace jack. Probably not a full house though, because otherwise I think they would have maybe bet a bit less there, arguably. Maybe an overpair. In any event, they had something decent. And no luck for us so far. We are sliding it. Although this is very early on, of course, so I won't say it's sliding into the abyss. Fellas have ghosted him? Okay. Just throws a ghost at him. I'm gonna play that one. Oh wow. Goes for a jam. An interesting play if they have something actually. Wow. Oh wow, just had 8s. Oh, we hit the ace. That's it. Oh, he's got quite a few fancy little bells and whistles, methinks. Dang. I think the all-in was too suspicious there, to be honest. Maybe if he'd re-raised it a sensible amount or something, he might have got a bit more credit for that. It's just, I think that's part of the thing, isn't it? If people just go all in a situation where you don't have to go all in, maybe you get less credit. Maybe that's where people call them sometimes. Like, if he'd re-raised it like 4 or 5x on top with the squeeze play, you know, and he goes on because he just can't fold those queens to an ace. No one folds their aces, you see. And he gets a bit unlucky because he has queens. Did he raise that pre? Oh, he was small blind, so he just went all in, didn't he? And the other guy just doesn't fold an ace. Yeah. I think. Just checking that previous end's action play. I didn't quite get it. Yeah, min raise with ace 9 from Gag. He goes. He min raises back. I think that was the problem, Argus. You should have fucking jammed with queens there. You let an ace get in very easily, and they hit an ace, and that's it. Game over. Once the ace is there, there's no point in you trying to bet the queens any further. You've already given them too much stuff. You have to gamble they don't have an ace, and if they're fucking calling a min raise, they probably have an ace at least. Has a straight there. So the player to my right has now got the table chip lead at this point. Bonk. Wow, we got a lot of emotes throwing around tonight, don't we? Okay, guy has kings to be fair, and he hits king 10 on him. So 4 card hits his straight on the. Yeah, that's a bit unlucky actually. He had king 10 against kings and got lucky. Meanwhile here. Oh wow, ace pocket 10s just spiked 2 people out of the game on a river 10. Boy, that table went crazy. Jeez. From being a relatively sensible first few levels to suddenly 3 eliminations in about 3 hands. And we're down to 4 tables. And I've not done anything yet. And I can't even play this hand yet because the button's gone to us. So, Oh man, that was a crazy acceleration from full table to -3. And another one just dropped, I think. Somewhere else. Alright, so we've got the Croatian guy. Oh no, now the guy who I suspect is playing either semi-rookie and semi-decently is now ahead of us. We're being joined by Kire31 from the Ukraine, David 201279 from Belgium, El Bufador from Argentina, Quick Chipped 123 from Germany, 10,000 real hands money player from Brazil, Sergio TNA, someone who's played 1,000,000 real money hands who is F. Kalina from Brazil, and Ook Peak 1969 Canada with a something that could be a ghost, could be an owl, could be a cat, I don't know. You tell me what that looks like. Ghost cat. Maybe. Let's see if we have any better cards on this table, huh? See if we get lucky. So, I of which we have played poker for every single night this week. In lieu to the practice that I'm gonna have. You know, I think I've actually been playing at least one poker game online or live for nearly 2 weeks straight now, I think. I've actually been getting quite into this a little bit. I'm even starting to watch poker blogs now. Poker vlogs. Watching them play at the high stakes. Never ever watched one of those before. It's kind of interesting actually to hear them explain the hand and in a live game, not just like in a table tracker, but see them live in a high stakes game in Las Vegas, and then have Brad Owens explain the why they fought the way they did. You know, that was the one that was randomly recommended to me by the YouTube algorithm, Brad Owens. I've watched a few of them now. It's entertaining in a way, you know, hearing the thought process behind it. Makes you want to play yourself. So how's your night been anyway, Bofers? Has the night been kind to you? Big tank here on the 2 bets. Decides to fold. Maybe on a straight draw. Doesn't fancy going up against 2. Ooh, not an all-in, but effectively. Oh, that's a fun fucking card. Completes the straight, completes the flush, is an ace. Someone's getting stacked here. But who? Yeah, it's getting a bit late here too. You know, if I get far into this, I'm going to be past midnight again. Essentially decides to call. King 10 versus Ace 10. Has the straight. And just like that, you know, hits the straight on the river. To be fair, he had Ace 10 before that. Man, there's so many hand histories to check out. Yeah, he has Ace 10. Oh, wow. I just realized, actually, David had the straight on the turn. Actually, no, they were both chopping on the turn. No, actually, no. Sergio had him all the way. He hit the same 10, and he had a higher straight. So actually, I don't know what he was thinking there. Maybe he thinks a chop with his straight, at least. Doesn't put him on King 10, perhaps. In any event, Sergio gets paid off. Nice. I'll try and keep you awake as best I can. El Bufador gets a trip jacks against 9s. Very nice. We are still waiting for our first real hand to play. You know, apart from the 8s where we were really, you know, should have either folded or... Well, no, I don't think the call was bad. Just as long as we didn't deviate from the plan associated with the call. But there was an option for a 3x there, perhaps. But maybe it wasn't. But not the best spot. I wasn't, like, super comfortable with it. 8s again. David is getting bad luck with those 8s. And he just had a straight flaws him, and he's out. He had... I think he had 8s... Well... No, that was somebody else. No, he had 8s twice. That was out. So... Sergio finishes the hatchet job. What are these hands? Ones I'm getting or the ones winning things? 10,000. It's Brazil versus Argentina. Me. Yeah, I'm not getting much so far. Best hand I've had is ace eights. That happens sometimes though, you go card dead. In a game with more blind levels and time, that isn't an issue. But, you know, I'm not massively given... I mean, I'm given enough... I'm given plenty of time, more or less, but I can't have it be card dead forever. Again, the hands I'm folding aren't in my range for attack strategy, you know. So, we are just kind of waiting a bit. Wow, there's another straight. Straights for everybody. A min raise under the gun from a player who I think is playing semi-decently. I will be priced in for this call, though, this time. Unless there is a 3x. I will not be priced in if that was to happen, or someone decides it's time for the all-in shove. But I am priced in for a call, so I will take it. We do not get anything close. 3 cards to a flush. Assuming the min-x is, you know, doesn't bet there, though. Min raises maybe missed. And quick chip bet chips behind me. We now have 8 for a thing. The problem is we are out of position. If I was in quick chip's position and he checks again... Oh, he doesn't this time. Okay, I don't think he has a queen. A queen bets that flop to avoid the flush. The problem is, he is beating me at the moment because he has ace something big. So I'd have to hit 3... No. I would have to hit 3 7s, 3 10s, 8 for the straight. And that's... Implied odds might have been favourable, but... Again, if we hit the 10 or a 7, it's not actually a guarantee also. Because of the min-raise nature of the bet, it's also not a guarantee that he doesn't have, like, ace 10 and then just beats us on the kicker. 10s versus 9s. 9s go home. Sergio's been getting quite lucky, but, you know, he had the better pair there. Yeah, it's not the best spot. I mean... Pure and simple, just not the best spot for it, you know. We had value to call. He definitely didn't have a queen, so he was probably betting that. He could have had an ace king, but that means he's ahead. And in micro stakes, people don't fold aces most of the time, so I'm not going to bluff him off of it. I'd have to hit my hand and then take it off him. Maybe an argument I could have, but. I needed a bit more outage. Maybe if I had like a back, maybe I had like, if I had 10-7 of hearts there and I had the flush draw as well as the straight, the gutter for the 8, as well as maybe hitting a 7 or a 10 possibly, I might have called that because I would have had some decent things going, because you didn't really punish on the flop by not betting there. You know, if that's suited, then I call and then I have more chance to hit what I need. But, oh my god, we can't get a hand tonight. So far, this is looking quite grim. Means we gotta do something at some point. We are starting to lunge into the abyss here. Still above 10 big blinds. I think we have about 13, 14, 15. about 14 or 15 at this point. But we need to pick up something, and we need to pick it up soon if we're not to be floundering in the depths again for the umpteenth, for the friggin' 10th or 11th friggin' micro stakes where I'm just short stack all the time because I just. And every time it's always a player who gets pairs, aces, ace king. You know, they get the stupid runner cards and get paid off. I get nothing. One time I need to be getting that run, and I need to get the fish to goal me. It's gotta happen eventually, right? I mean, I've had plenty of chances to be patient in this fucking game. When I'm focused, I can be pretty damn patient picking spots, but I don't get any in this game. It's like my friend said last night, play the $1 games. You know, if I come across a shit, I tell you this right now, if I manage to say, I don't know, by any chance I win the regional on Sunday, and I get that £1,000, I think it's $1,000 you get for winning, aside from the Las Vegas trip, of course. I would be tempted to just get $100 on this site, and then I could play $1 games, and maybe then things will be slightly better. Maybe. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's going to be a bit of a watershed day, I think, the Sunday, because if I don't do great, I might get put off from playing. But if I do alright, my determination might increase a bit, and I might keep playing and try and get a small bankroll going. We'll see. At this moment in time, I don't feel like giving up the poker streams, though, and I think there's a few enough people interested in them that I should keep going. It's not like as big as the Doom stuff I do, obviously, but I think there's enough people who stick around to watch. Like, you know, if this was not a micro stakes game, I would consider some semi-bluff spots or something, or calling a few more hands. But I know that if I do that, I'm just going to bleed chips away, and I need them. You know, but I do get tempted sometimes to just call, but I know that if I do that, there'll be raises, re-raises, and I just have to fold. Just gotta maintain the discipline. And also maybe not play this level, but I can't without spending a bit of money on it, which I can't afford to do, really. I got too many things I need to build. I need to build up. I need to build up a house deposit in our real life. I can't start going crazy. Alas. Alright. Can we please get a fucking hand soon? I'm getting bored. Already. At least we've seen like 2 flops on the big blind with value bets, I guess. That's something. Wow, such a large bet. Jeez. Jack-9 suited is just off our range. Just. Also, position after the pre-flop would not be great if we were to get raised. Unfortunately. I'd love to call and see a flop, but there's a chance I don't get that opportunity. That's the only problem, the position. If I'm in this position, I'm happy to take the thing, but I can't because he might just raise. He does not raise. But I wouldn't know that. You know, he might think I'll bully the big blind, the short stack off. I'm not necessarily going to have the best hand here with Jack-9 perchance, but there wasn't really a lot of aggression. Hey Nepson, how you doing, man? How are those things? Welcome to yet another game where I play short stack for free, as long as the game lasts, because I just can't get hands, and then people go all ins, and then it's just back to lotto poker. Enjoy the live games much more because I don't have to put with this shit. Okay, 10s versus 10 jack, and 10s hold. I know, the problem is that this has been happening a lot in this stakes. I either end up being the short stack that scraps upwards. I want to be this guy and have 5k chips in front of me and be able to play a few more hands and pick spots and get things, but it's not happening. Yeah, I might need to mix up the game types I play as well. That might be my weakness. I might be playing the wrong game type, maybe. I'm going to look into that a bit more after this weekend, I think. Oh, we're down to 3 tables. So we haven't played, we haven't really done much, but we are down to 3 tables. So, you know, looking good. What is Zoom Poker again, Epsom? It's been around for a bit on this site. I forget what Zoom is. Another all in here. Takafu. Hey, Chucky the cat. Welcome back. Chucky the cat is almost going home. Oh, you don't know how badly I want to see 2 aces there. It's cash games, but when you fold, you're immediately launched onto another table. Oh, that sounds kind of interesting. So you're basically just constantly playing mini hands and stuff. Although I guess that means you'd never be able to build up a strategy on players. You'd just be playing individual hands. Aside, I mean, I guess there's a group of people that you might get to know, but essentially it's like, you know, every hand is its own story. It sounds interesting though. There's a lot, like, I have been thinking of playing a cash game at some point to mix it up. Maybe I can use it to build the bankroll there. Ace King takes. Bye, Chucky. Aww. Chucky was the only one who said good luck back in the chat. I wanted them to stick around. We cannot have nice things. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't have a tracker yet. I'm thinking if I take this serious enough, I will install one. Okay, let's think about this. He's min raised. He's not. I'm gonna call because he's not folding an ace. I wanted to see a bit more than that. I can't max because it's micro stakes. They don't fold aces, guys. Pure and simple. I need to see flush or ace-8. I'm not playing any further. It's as simple as that, guys. He'll have some stupid ace, and he will fucking try and slow play it. You know, I'm basically putting myself, do I have better an ace than he does? And I'm sorry, but I can't trust that he just doesn't have ace-9 and just dupes does nothing. I was right to call the value, though, I think. You know, if this was like a thinking man's game, that's a shove spot. Easily. I shove there. Micro stakes. Yeah, I'll just call with ace-9. You have to have at least ace-10 there. Which sucks. I would like to not have to do that, but you know, why would you min bet? Also, it was under the gun as well. That is something else to bear in mind. Under the gun, min raise, very suspicious by itself. Obviously not going to, you know, he didn't, and that's the thing, he min bet on the flop. He didn't jam like he wanted to go away. He min bet, so he had something. He had like ace king and was just wanting a slow play off a desperate short stack. So I think my decision there was correct. I called for value. If I hit a club draw or ace-8, I shove, and he probably pays it off. Especially if it's an ace. Actually, an ace-8 would be preferable there, because he would call that 100% with his ace-king, and then I can just hope to bust double up through him. Sounds fun, though. I mean, I could play like the 1-2 cents cash games and buy in for $2, try and make it $4 sort of thing. I might try that at some point. Mix it up a bit, you know. Maybe I'll get slightly more success at a cash table. At least there, players won't constantly change, and there won't be a stupid blinds to deal with. There'll be antes, there'll be rake, but I won't have to deal with fucking 10-minute blind levels. So it could just be I'm playing a really shitty game type, and that's why I'm not doing well. Because I'm playing a really shitty game type. When I'm trying to be... But, you know. I don't know. Give me a fucking hand, for God's sake. So lame. Maybe I should have shoved the... Nah. Shoving the ace-8 there is the easy decision. I was correct at analysing that. I'm not going to doubt myself. That was the right decision against an under-the-gun min-raise sort of thing. I just need to get... I still have enough where if I double up once I might be okay. So I need to get it soon. For fuck's sake, I'll take 7s or 8s at this point and hope to get lucky. At least it'll be something. Maybe it's this John Carpenter mix. I'm getting Halloweened out of existence, I don't know. It's not lively enough, it's too downcast slightly. It's not working. Play something more upbeat. Oh my goodness, 5-6 suited, let me jam. If it was 8-7 and 9-8 or 10-9, I'd jam. Disable the ability to see what you've folded. Disable the ability. Nah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know you can turn it off. I like to see what I folded, you know. I'm only going to be curious anyway. It's the same reason why, yeah. Most of the time, nothing comes of it anyway. Yeah, I get what you mean. That's what the guy suggests. He suggests that results orientation isn't important. It's about the process of the game. Like, a lot of pros don't focus on short term at all. They only think long term. I kind of get that in a sense. Obviously. But part of it is also playing in the right games where you're not just losing all the time, you know. I think in terms of the process of poker though, I'm doing okay. I'm at least studying, I'm thinking about hands, I'm trying not to just be too impulsive. You know, I'm trying to, I mean, sometimes I'm perhaps overcomplicating when I should be simplifying, and sometimes I'm simplifying when I should be thinking a bit more. But when I'm playing 25 cents players, micro stakes fish, so I don't know. Mixed in with a couple of decent players who multi-table or something, or whatever. I think as far as my process is going, my only thing I am worried about is, again, I need to be a bit more aggressive in some spots. But that's about it. God, my God, I'm not getting anything. Fucking hell. You know, PokerStars, if you don't give me some hands, I'll just withdraw my money and you will get no more money from me. Give me a bone in this game, please. This is just boring. Yeah, like that ace-8 there, if I'm short stack in a regular game, I jam. But then, in a regular game, I don't think people are min-raising under the gun either. Not the type of games I play. So, you know, I won't be having that issue of identifying if I'm behind or not. This is what happens too often. I mean, I've had some good runs of hands in this game, but I've had to sometimes fold them. Big blind special. Thank you! Finally! This is an all-in hand. Because it's... Hey, finally. Well, stream's going to be over because I'll probably get called by some ace crap and they'll hit an ace. But, you know, we're going to go all in here because we're short stack and this is the best hand we've had. It's a pocket nines. So, here we go. Takapoli calls. 2 overcards. Fade, fade, fade. Fuck you, Jack 10. Get fucked. Wow. There we fucking go. Not the worst call, admittingly. He had 2 overs and he even hit a fucking straight draw there. There we go. Alright. Yeah, we're under 5 big blind, that's true. I'm never folding 9s there. It's in our range of hands too, so easy decision. I don't blame the call, you know. He's the only one that calls, it's 600s. You know, Jack 10... Well, Jack 10 is not in the tag range, off-suited, but... Actually, no. If I'm in his position and then the player who hasn't done anything all game has suddenly decided to jam all in, I would probably be thinking about it at least. Jack 10 suited, I'd do it. Maybe. But Jack 10 off, against someone who has been an absolute rock, perceived rock for the whole game, I'd be like, maybe I'll just take the fold. But nope, Jack 10, thanks for double up, Mr. Bazillion. Takafu. By the way, Twitch, I say that because you can see the fucking highlights of each player's names. Brazil, Ukraine, Canadian. That's it. Wow, that's a King Jack. Oh, I would have hit the flush, but that doesn't matter. I wasn't going to play that pre-flop anyway. Okay, we are... if only it was suited. If only it was suited. Suited, I could play that. And I'd have had a good position there. But it wasn't suited, so I remained my discipline. Oh wait, we're 6-max. Hold the phone, we are 6-max for a moment. Let me change the graphic. We've gone 6-max. I could widen my range a little bit. And we can definitely place Queen King. Do we commit to an all-in here? No, but I'm going to raise it. Mid-position, might get some credit. Oh, what a fucking horrible flop. You just know he's got an ace. Insta-fold. Insta-fucking-fold. That wasn't even a question. That's just disgusting. Putting a fucking that flop out there. Wanker. Yeah. PokerStars, where was that flop? That would have been great for King. I mean, let's face it, King Queen and it fucking flops a straight draw. I either have to go all in and hope for a 10. So, you know, that wasn't even a question. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please be flipping at least. Yeah, we have to jam and hope he doesn't. Well, we actually hope he has ace queen and we're ahead. And the rest is just luck. Suitepee is in a good fold here. Okay, we're flipping. And we hit an ace. Good. Hold, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. Kind of ironic that we actually beat 9s there. The hand that we want, the hand that we need to survive the first all-in. We then break for the second. Yeah, and he's sitting out. Renfro is not happy. I mean, also you have to consider that previous hand Takafu bet immediately. He wasn't scared. He bets with a... Basically, we could have had ace fucking 10. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We doubled up off ace king. Let's just move on. Oh, that's it. Good night. Oh, we're down to 2 tables, guys. Okay, back to the falling chart. Which tightens our range a bit. And it was looking a bit hopeless before, but 2 doubles up later, while we are still quite short-stacked comparatively, we are in the last 2. And the last... Can we at least get better than 15th? We fit. When I played this on Tuesday night, we hit 15th. So if we can get better than 15, that would be good. Alright, so joining us on this table, we have... Once again, we are to the right of this creation here. We've got Austrian Progetto, Brazilian Ulysses.ca, And fellow Brit is Stevo957. Hey, it's M3 from Romania, who... I don't know what that is. Ilon Davitor from Brazil. It looks like they're going on for a night in the town. Maybe if they win, they will. And Vitan BKA from Ukraine. Who... That looked like a shell, but then I just realised it's a pig. It's actually a pig with a weird little pattern on it. So it's actually a cage, isn't it? It's got its nose caught in a cage. Or a little thing. That's an interesting picture. Because it looks like a staircase or a shell at first glance, but it's actually a pig. And Propleator from Canada, who has 500k real money hands experience. USC's over here as 100,000. Some fairly experienced micro stakes players, in theory. Can we get better than 15th? That's our first target. Can we at least finish better than 15th? Then can we get to the final table again? To do that, we were going to need to double up. If we can double up twice, 8k might be enough. Let's see. That's also why part of playing poker is to have a good bankroll. 100 buy-ins is recommended. You know, so you don't worry too much about losing an individual game, but you can keep playing. That's why I dropped down to 25 cents games off the $1. So then I could start playing more of them as I sort of learn the ropes of online poker a bit. Okay, now Pocket Fours is our playable range. However, at this stage of the game, I'm actually going to fold them. Because I would probably flat here and would elect to call a bridge, but I have a horrible feeling since we have a few short stacks and generally just how the game is getting on. We're starting to, you know, we're going to have to be prepared to commit a good chunk of our stack with that kind of thing. Are we going to do it with Pocket Fours? Not really. Not when we're mid-position anyway. So, I'm not going to call there. Given now the game is proceeding. We are going to have 10 big blinds effective on the next blind level. So we're doing alright. Just need to keep waiting for hands, really. If this is all we're going to get tonight, then fuck it. We'll just keep waiting for the hands to show up. And hope that we can just remain the double up with the patience. All in from the short. I suspect there will be a call here, and there is. Maybe two. Oh, A7 versus Kings and Tens. Has a chance. Has a bit of a chance. Oh, he hit the straights. 4 cards straight, you lucky bastard. My fellow Brit. You know what? Let's give him one of these. Bonk. Oh, he deserves that. That was a 4 card straight against Kings and Tens. Lucky. And Vitan BKA is now in deep shit and up against 8. Oh, that's it. It's game over. Hit a flush on the flop. They are done. And just like that, they're out of here. 2 more to go. Well, 3 more to go until we hit the 14. Better our position from last time. Almost a family pot, but I'm not calling with Jack 8. Gag does not decide to raise there. Must not have much. Again, we're not going to put in an extra 80 chips on the small blind and then they raise. That's something I've definitely learned in recent years. If you're on the small blind, no matter how tempting it is, unless you know that the player on your left is not going to really jam or raise a lot on big blinds, you do not call a small blind when the big blind's left to act. In last night's game, there was a particular player I knew didn't raise a lot of the time, so I happily called the small blind limp. Meanwhile, they just got a nice, well... Wow, they still got a player with a decent amount of chips. Fucking hell. We have position with Queen King. I don't think this is an all-in spot because it's not an ace, but I think we can call here and take a flop. Again, against multiple players, a good chance someone has hit the ace there, so we're not going to play. Steve-O bets 480. If that ace was a call by his jam here and we'll flip, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Queen King suited is playable. We have position. If he had an ace there, he's just going to call the all-in jam and be ahead. But if we happen to hit a good flop, yeah, that was a fine call. We only got charged 3x. We have position to boot, and we just didn't get the flop. And an ace came, so killed our action immediately again at this level. And then A level really, when you don't have an ace. Ace King, Ace Queen suited there, I jam. So we're actually, another player left, so it was 16 to go. 16 remain, I should say. Oh, that's just out of our range. If it's suited, we would have a decision to make, but not suited. So again, we don't have to panic at this point. We are just under 10 big blinds at this current level, and at the next level we're about 8. So we're fine. We're not in complete crisis mode, but we are looking for the double up spot again, given how fast the game proceeds. But yeah, there was a player last night that I knew it didn't like raise from this big blind a lot, so I kept calling. You know, if you get to, I know a few of the players, so I sort of know how some of them will act in hands. You know, I do try and play the players sometimes and get a read on them. I'm not the best at reading people, obviously, but every now and then I do try. It's scary that someone actually has a read on me in the live games as well. But they're a pretty good player. Ace King is holding. Ace King is holding. But there's the Jack on the river. And another one falls. Oh, 15 left. That was the other short stack too. So massive chip change over to the Romanian. Hey, it's M3. But I'm looking for the Ace King there. Especially since, you know, no one hit anything and it just required a free outer. So, if one more player goes out, we will have bettered our position from Tuesday night at least. That's a small victory. We are now the real short stack at this table though, which is a bit worrying. Worrying, but not really necessarily a change of how it's been anyway. Just means it's a bit more obvious that we are the short stack. Ace 3 versus King Jack. As I say that, another player just went down to short, so you gotta be 7 naps on, top 7 payout. So I have to make the final table and then kill off 2 more players. Then we make it. Oh wow, that's a good hand to go there. Yep. It's a nice trips. And want a break. It's an awkward time. Ish. Yeah, I'll show you the lobby now. Want to pause if you like. So here's the lobby for the game. We've got the 2 biggest stacks that are, well, actually 2 of the biggest stacks at our table, and also Steve-O. You can see here it's 7th is again 45. We're playing for 25 cents, so we get almost our double money back for 7th. Bit more for 6th, just over 3 for 5th. A nice payout for 4th, 120, which would be 4 extra games and a bit of change. 3rd is 167, which would give us 6 extra games. 2nd is 231, which would give us a nice whopping 9 extra buy-ins. And the winner gets 324, which would be 4, 8, 12. Actually just 12 there. But you know, that would take us from below $23 to 26. So it'd be our first cash as well. Our first online stream cash. We haven't cashed yet. I've been 8th twice in a few days. I've been 8th twice. One on Dope Quiz when I did a late night drunk poker stream last Saturday, and one earlier this week when I came 8th. So I have got close, which is a thing. So I guess we'll look at some stats while we're here. My own stats: 62 hands dealt. We have seen 8 flops out of 62. No small blinds. 5 out of 7 from the big blinds. We've had a lot of wimps or value calls. 3 out of 47 times some other positions. We have won 2 showdown pots, which have been all-ins. No one without chance. We've had no chance to play aggressive in this one. No aggressive, no showdowny flops. Just 2 all-ins. That's been it. And a few decent folds. So the blinds are gonna go up to 100, 200. So we're gonna need a big double up. Unfortunately, this player, oh god, they doubled up. So we got the 2 short stacks. The play will accelerate and get crazy. So we're either going to be out of the game soon, or we're going to double up twice and maybe hit an FT again. That would be nice. We will see how it goes. I'm not going to play another game after this because it is like 11 o'clock here and I do have to get up for work in the morning. Don't want to be up too late. But at least it's Friday tomorrow. And Friday, I've got a live poker game to play. 22. Well, it shouldn't be 22. It's only 22 because low numbers of people keep showing up. It's supposed to be 12. But everyone puts in an extra tenner to make it £22. Which makes it a decent game, actually. And I'm hoping to cash in it. It'll be the last bit of live poker practice before Sunday. And then Saturday, I don't know what I'll do Saturday yet. It depends how the day goes. I might do a poker stream for a couple of hours. I might play a couple of these type of games. Maybe get some last minute practice in. But I'm going to try to go to bed early because I need to be up early for the the train to take me to the regional. So I might do like a few hours on Saturday. I might not. I might just decide to have I might just decide to at least in the evening, I might just decide to have a break from poker, just mentally keep my head clean and just relax, maybe watch Rounders for the first time if I can find it. Oh, it's a regional final, Napson, for the pub league I've been involved with. They play 13 weeks, top 4 go to a regional final. The winner of the regional tournament goes to Las Vegas on an all-inclusive trip. You play a couple of games and I think they pay for most of your expenses. And yeah, I think you get £1,000, £1,000. But that's only first place. The rest of the tournament doesn't pay off too well. It's a very short sort of pool. But the top spot gets a Las Vegas trip. And my goal is to hit the final table of this tournament. I've been to a few regional finals and the closest I came was 15th. And this is a field of about 130 to 150 players, so it's not easy. So it will not be an easy thing at all. Yeah, so I've only qualified because the person who came 4th in the league actually didn't want to go. So I was technically 5th, but I, you know. Oh, you've heard of that. Yes, you are correct. It is a Red Tooth one. I forgot you were also a Brit, I think. Yeah, you're right. It's a Red Tooth. That's the one I play in. Yeah, I think it's pretty well known, though. You know, Red Tooth's like all over the country. They've been going for years, so... Yeah. The only thing is that the payouts are garbage. Wow, we got a walk. We got a walk. 7 King walk. That was quite fortunate. And I'll take it. Means we're slightly above this player plus to our right, who's going to shove soon-ish. Oh, you mean at the pub level? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, there is a guy that is going to Vegas from our current group, actually. As well. But yeah, the problem with the Red Tooth regionals is that really you don't get paid that much unless you hit the final table, and even then I don't think you get paid until you like the last 8. So it's about you get paid about as much as you do in these games. You basically just play for the Vegas trip and just have a bit of fun. Oh, ace from space, as Tony G would say. And he hits his ace and doubles up. Lucky them, now they can stick around for a bit. Oh, 14. Well, we have officially surpassed our position from Tuesday night. We are at least going to beat it by 1. 15th last time, 14th here. So, we are at least finishing in the last 15. So we're not like, we're squirming around, sure, but we're squirming around to a respectable finish each time. All we need is that one run. Yeah, despite that walk, we are still at a bit of threat, but it gives us a bit of extra time. Yeah. I've also been to a nuts one, but that was actually a national. I was basically invited by someone to go to a national for someone else's place. Because like a bunch of people dropped out or something, and then I was like 13th or whatever, but they took me anyway. The nuts one was a little better because the prize pool was a bit bigger, but I didn't do very well in it. They had a double chance tournament though for the first ex-players who went out though. Like I think it was a double chance thing. If you went out within a certain level, you got to play a free roll and try and win a smaller pot. But I didn't do too well in that either. Meanwhile, this is an all-in hand, obviously. Yes! Dominated ace-jack. Fuck you. Get in there. Trip queens. Boom. And just like that. We're not 14th. Get the fuck out. Oh, did that? There we go, baby. There we fucking go. I don't blame for the ace-jack goal. Not entirely, at least. Although, if you'd been any observant, you probably would be suspicious of the fact I've not played a lot. You know, if I was noticing that John Suitepee was barely playing anything and decided to jam. Mind you, I was short stack, so maybe he thought, I'm flipping against 9s, 10s, queens. Or at least thought about it. I want to just insta gold with ace jack there. Ace jack is like at the lowest end of the premium straight. Look at that, 10th out of 14. We've hit one double up. If we can hit another one, we got a chance for final table, boys. Or nap song, because you're the only one here, it seems. Boys and girls, I should say. And non-binaries in between. Oh, King's Hold. And now the bloodshed is coming in thick and fast. But yeah, the nuts one was a little better, and we also went to... Oh yeah, of course, sorry, I forgot about you, both. I thought you might have gone to bed or something. Not that I blame you, it'd be quite late over there. It is for me, really. Obviously not calling that. Yeah, bloodshed, and it looks like the ace queen's going to hold, and does, and Kid Voka is a little unlucky there, but absolute. I don't know if he had to go in there with King Jack. I think that was a bit over-eager. He had enough blinds left. I mean, I wouldn't go all in with King Jack there. I'd raise it, and then probably have to go all in if he bets, I guess, just for... Yeah, 11, 13. We have done better than Tuesday night, and if we can double up again, a final table might be on our reach. Queens. Oh, we're 6 max. We need to bring out the other chart. Queen 10 wasn't in that range anyway. So we're going to switch to a 6 max strategy, which means suited aces. get played. A few other suited combos. I don't know. I mean, it's 6 max. Maybe we should loosen a bit. But I don't know. I'm tempted to maybe... I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about any of those that I know are in the normal range. But we've loosened the range a bit because it's 6 players. Because obviously we're not going to be able to fold our way into a final table. Not when it's 6 max and it goes round too quick. We're going to have to find a double up spot and double up again. I mean, is there value here in the Jack 4 call? No. I'm not going to call this time. I don't like the value, and also it's 200 when I need to have every chip count. If it was a bit better, like Jack 8, I might have called, because at least there's a long running straight, but nah, not this time. I won't look it. King Jack just got there. Well, Jack 8, trip 9s, takes it down, gets a nice bet through. Ace Jack suited on the small blind. Now then, this is again at the bottom of our premium range. Do we shove? Steve-O has not been... That's an under the gun range, essentially. Okay, this is tough. A shove here I don't think works. So I think we call. Only because I don't think he's doing it too lightly. And now we will shove. If he has a overpair, he has it. Oh my god, he had queens. Oh, damn you. Oh, fucking hell. He had queens and he fucking insta-called. Oh, that was a terrible play. I should have just folded that. Wait, no, actually, I don't think I did anything wrong there, to be honest. I mean, God, he has to have the fucking over. Could I have got away from that one? I mean, to his credit, at least I lost to a good player this time, I think. Not an idiot. I knew he had a strong hand. That's why I didn't jam. I jam, he calls. He's not folding queens. And then we're flipping. And I'm behind on the flip. I maybe could have got away from that by just folding pre, but that would have been a really tight call. I could have respected it a bit, given the player. Wait, what? Are we 6 max here? No, we were 6 max, but... fucking... We finished 13th. Yeah, finished 13th. So 2 places better, run into queens. This depressing mix did not help. That was way too downbeat. I mean, it was nice, but I think we need something a tad more upbeat for next time. I won't be playing that one again. Not quite what I'm looking for. I don't know. Could I have got away from that? Oh, has it crashed or something? Oh, it's just taking forever. I need to go over that hand again. I need to analyze that a bit. If we look. Okay, let's just take a look at the situation. Okay. Now, obviously, you know... Okay, let's just skip around a bit. Takes time. So, I had a read on this player from earlier hands that this player is playing relatively sensible-ish. I know they had an ace-7 at one point, but I know they've been playing sort of tight-ish. Not stupid and not, you know, they're showing up to the party with decent hands some of the time. That's why I didn't shove all in. I didn't put this player down as being a fish. I put this player down as maybe being similar to myself, maybe a tag player, maybe basically someone who is showing up with respectable goods and stuff. In this case, that's the reason I didn't jam pre, because I figured I wasn't getting them to fold. My intention was to call, try and hit a good flop, hope they miss with like ace king, ace queen, stuff like that, and then just try and get lucky, you know. I mean, obviously, if I'm putting them on a respectable hand, queens and kings and aces are in there, of course, and I'd have to hit a pretty good flop against them. So I think my call is correct here because I'm figuring, and as it turns out, what he has, he's never folding that. I correctly figure because it's the bottom of the premium range, ace jack is the bottom of the. If you assume the player is good, then ace jack is around the bottom of a premium range. You know, like it beats tens, it beats ace 10, it beats, I don't know, not much. You know, beats like 10-9 suited, stuff like that. But if you're putting on at least ace x hands, the top sort of 16, ace jack's at the bottom of that, even though it's suited, and you have to connect. So ideally, I think the call is 100% correct here, only because I know that the player is... I mean, let's face it, you know, I go all in. They have queens. At this level, they're not considering I have kings or aces. They're just going to call with queens immediately, you know. They're not going to hesitate. There's no way they're going to go, am I up against queens or aces here? I mean, I could have done that, but I suspected that it's in their range to have like an ace, king, ace, queen. I put them on like ace, queen, ace, king at least there. And obviously queens and kings and aces in that range. So the idea was basically hit a good flop and then see if they don't miss. So I think the call's correct. And then I'm out. Oh, you know what the mistake was here? I'm out of position. Maybe. I think I just saw the jack and just went, fuck it, I'm going to chip immediately. You know, I didn't have to chip. I could have checked. Maybe decide, based on what they did, use that as a tell to dictate how they proceed. I think my mistake there was maybe that I just thought, fuck it, I have ace jack. But when I think about it, if he's called with queens and I go all in, it really does look like I've hit a jack, doesn't it? In that spot. Like, I've essentially, capped my hand, you know. I mean, what else am I doing that with? I mean, fair enough, it's a diamond board. I could have had kings or aces and decided, fuck it, I'm going to put you all into the test. If you have ace jack, then you call and I'd take your chips. But I think in the spot, because I'm the one with ace jack, I think maybe the all-in play there is incorrect, because if I'm putting him on an overpair, he's going to call it. So I think what I should have done here is I should have checked and waited to see what they did, and then maybe even consider a fold. Because assuming that spot, there's 1005. Okay, so he probably might just jam anyway with queens. I mean, I'm going to guess if I check, he does the jam. And then I have to think about it. And I think the problem here is I did not think about it. Considering I gave him credit for a respectable hand, I then decide to go, well, I've hit my jack. If they've missed with ace, queen, ace, x, you know, king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack type hands, maybe I'm ahead. But I don't know. I didn't think of the range big enough. I think they had more. I suspect that while the range would have had some hands I was beating, you know, king, jack, queen, jack, tens, jack 10, something like that. I think there's also, if they are playing as tight as I think, that I think there's a few more hands that beat mine. Pocket jacks, queens, kings, aces, stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, maybe I just basically did the right thing and when it was going to happen anyway, because I might have just thought he's jamming. Maybe he's got a weaker jack, or we're chopping. or something like that. But I really think my mistake here was that having credited the player with having a strong hand, and then hitting my jack with no extra equity for any outs. Like, if it was like a jack and 2 spades, or, I don't know, a queen jack. Well, no, queen jack king would be bad, obviously, because then they'd have more chances to hit the king. It wasn't, it was just basically, I figured I have to gamble whether they have, I think our mistake there was not calling his raise, but going all in immediately and not thinking about it. Like, we should have thought, what kind of hands am I going to beat here? I mean, let me see, where's my... Give me a sec. Why do I have a notepad file I could bust up for a sec? Sorry, just popping this out. Okay, so in this situation, let's see if I'm talking about ranges or something. I know this is a bit boring, but you know, this is how I'm unventing. Please forgive me. So in this situation, what hands am I beating? Let's see. What hand am I losing to? Well, I have one set of aces. I actually block some aces with having an ace, obviously. So we would have ace. There's two combos of aces possible? So there's 2 combos of aces: ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Well, yeah, there's 2 combos of aces. Kings. Let's see, different suits. 2, 3, 4. Is it 4? Is it 4 possible combinations of kings? I think I don't block any kings. I don't block any queens. Obviously, 1 per possible pocket jacks. Again, I have a jack, so I'm blocking anything but 1. And then, and again, this is at the top end of the range, so that's the hands that I'm not beating. You know, I'm gonna obviously, I guess, there's 6s and 7s, but I don't know if he's gonna do that. Should we put them in as well, just to assume? So obviously, you might have 2 combinations of 6s because there's 3 out left, maybe. Same with 7s, 2 possible combinations of that. I don't think he's raising there with like Jack 7. There's the thing, because he seems sensible enough, and obviously he has queens. So maybe we could rule out like trip 6. Well, I don't know. Trip 6 and 7s maybe a possibility too. Could have a set. So then what are we beating? We're beating King Jack. And King Jack has like, let's see, we block a Jack. So again, there's only 1, 2 Jacks, 4 King cards. So 4 to 2 combinations. So you've got 8 combinations of the King Jack you could have. 4 different suits combined with a different thing. Same with Queen Jack, got the same thing, 8 possible combinations. 10 Jack, again 8 possible combinations. So that, because 4 different suits, each with 2 different Jacks, and we block a Jack. We're beating like 10 9s, 10 9. You know, no, we're beating like Queen King there, which obviously there could be 4 and 4, so you have, I think it's 12 or something possible combinations of that. You know, could have Ace King, we're ahead of that, and we have an Ace blocker, so that would be, you know, Ace King, take away 1, there's 4 of crafts, so about, I don't know. I don't know the ranges. I can't calculate ranges like that. I know that's a thing you're supposed to learn higher up the game, but I can't calculate ranges off the top of my head. I'd have to get a chart or something. And that's really when you're playing good players anyway, so I don't know how much it applies at 25 cents level anyway. So you'd have, let's just put an approximate guess. There's 4 kings and 3 aces, so we'll just say about 9 or 10 maybe of Ace King we're beating. We could have Queen King, 10 King. I guess 10 King would be the same-ish. Or 10 King maybe similar because you got all 4 out, so maybe another 10 for that one possible. And so on and so forth. So I guess in terms of ranges, now that I think about it, there is actually a decent amount of hands we beat. And that's not considering spade diamond draws that might just draw for diamonds in this spot. So, but again, I'm putting this player on a respectable premium hand and not like crap. So it feels like, I don't know, it might have actually been the worst call considering now that I think about it. But I think the problem here is that I was too eager to jam without thinking. I think I should have checked and then made a decision, tried to figure it out maybe. Maybe found a way to fold. Maybe figure, okay, if he's got the overpair, he can have it. You know, I think that was my mistake there. I think my mistake there was not thinking about the decision when I'm previously crediting them with a hand. And I've made this mistake before in the other game where there's a spot where I knew I should have gone all in against 2 players, one of which I correctly identified as a fish and one which was short stacked. I should have re-jammed ace-10, and I knew that, and I still folded because I still thought they might have a big one, and they didn't. I would have won, and I would have been a big master. So going off ranges, let's just see how the hand goes through. They call, and it would have been queens. Okay, the diamond gets there, so I lose to any diamond possibles. That obviously, if he had a weird like 10-9, he hits his straight. So I don't know. I don't think that was a good decision on my part. Just to not go all in and not think about it. I mean, if we obviously don't have any plays at this stage, because if I put in like a bet of 700 half pot 1,000, he will jam 100%. He's going to jam with queens. He figures he's got a good chance of an overboard. He probably figures correctly that if I had aces or kings, I'd have 3x'd him. That's the only thing maybe I could have done. Maybe I could have gone all in pre-flop. Maybe made him think about folding queens. But at this level, he's never folding queens, ever. So that's the only reason why I can't overthink it. It's basic, but I sort of did and then didn't. You know, I figure I'm not going to get him to fold that kind of hand because he'll just call. I just have to have the better hand, period. It's not like, oh, you'll think about queens or aces or kings or ace-king or something like that. He will just say, I have queens, I'm going, fuck you. If you have a better hand, you have a better hand. And I just got a horrible flop. It would have been preferable if the flop had been terrible, then I could have walked away and kept going. But, oh, that's so painful. So painful. Once again, we make a good fight back and then we run into queens, and because we play too fast at the wrong point, we didn't think about it enough against the type of player that we can think about. That's what bugs me. That's what really, really gets to me, is the fact that I fucking once again have a sensible, decent read on a player, and I didn't. And as soon as I saw that jack, I just thought, fuck it, I'll just gamble that you missed. I didn't stop to think, what am I beating? Maybe this is a part. Maybe I shouldn't overvalue the top pair here against a range that I assume is very tight, which it was and is this occasion. If he was a fish, I'd have jammed all in pre, and if he had queens, so be it. I wouldn't have complained as much. But I had an inkling on this player that they weren't quite a complete moron. So that sucks very much. This is the final. Yeah, go to that. This is the final table that I should be on right now. This player is still there. Thanks to my chips. Alright, enough. It's enough of that. So we're now down to 2290. We started this just below 25. So I think we've played about 7 or 8 micro 25 cents games so far, and we've lost all of them. Come 8th twice, 10th once, 13th, 15th. So we are getting down to the last two tables with a decent degree of consistency, but we just can't close the deal. We just can't get over the line a little bit, you know. Just can't fucking get that little bit of luck and get to 7th. So it goes. I don't know if anyone's still watching, by the way. Maybe I went on too long. I'm just trying to unwind and explain my process. I'm trying to study. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to go over how it's like, you know, I was encouraged to, like, you gotta study your hands. You know, if you do have a read on a player, I need to fact on it. And not just immediately go for the instinctual. Anyway. Right. Well, that's going to be it for tonight's stream. I won't be streaming tomorrow because I will be at a live poker game. I will be streaming on Saturday. I don't know what it will be. I might play the letter. Try and get a little further than that. I might, but I am leaning more towards having a big poker stream of some sort where I play for several hours. I am thinking of doing that. If I don't do that, I might do something else instead. Maybe play the letter and maybe have a poker game after or something. Or I'll have to think about it. But I'll do something on Saturday. I'll have some kind of a stream. I don't know what it will be. Could be something completely off the cuff. Anyway, thank you all for watching the stream, and I will see you all on Saturday for something. I hope you enjoyed, and have a good night, everyone. See you later.